think we all know the answer to that, Gordon.
You guys just take the low-hanging fruit, don't you? You figured it's right there. To keep it simple, maybe the best one for this is just the U.S. Paralympic coach with the USTA.
Okay, now you're adding a lot. U.S. Paralympic coach.
But I think you need to mention that I'm with the USTA since my employer has me here.
Oh, yeah, okay.
I have about 6 titles. So.
I know, yeah, that's wrong. So U.S. Paralympic coach with the USTA.
Robert.
Okay, so let's see.
We're getting close. We should probably mic up.
That's Jamie. Okay.
So Jamie
on the right.
is taping. No, that's the U.S. team on the right. On the left, taping up right now. On the
That's
right,
right. Yeah.
Jamie Burdekin.
Yes. Okay.
Andy Lapthorne in blue.
Okay.
David Wagner in the white.
Yep.
Nick Taylor in blue.
Yep. Okay. So Burdekin's got the what color that is? Like the grayish. And then Andy's has the less hair.
Yes.
Okay.
All right, Dan, here's your co-host here.
Are you going to help me all day today?
Yeah.
Yay.
She's really good at whining. So.
Yay. Where'd you put?
Is that funny?
I know.
What are you guys doing up here?
We're streaming this live on YouTube.
Sweet.
So I'll just be here saying stuff if you need me. If you don't need me, I'll still be here.
Did you put your mic?
The blue of your backdrop's changing, and each new day brings more confines. Be wary of civil dangers, and with whom your peace aligns. Leave them all to the trappings they choose, values on what one may win or lose. I can't discern between the two, but with no God above, guess we all stuck with the things we love.
Oh, this is going to be interesting, going back and forth. Take this out.
You know what? You don't see Yep, I got him.
They'll change.
Yeah.
You got it now?
I do. Yeah, check 1 2 1 2. Checking Mike. Mike, you got me on mic? Yeah, they're just going over probably the rules, etc., and then they're going to start warming up. They have not started yet.
Not sure how.
There's gonna be an intro probably once they start warming up. Jason Arnett, tournament director, will make brief announcement introducing the players. If you want to pick that up, great. If not, that's okay too.
And they're
going to.
Yes. What do you mean? Well, once they, yeah, they're gonna do an, yeah, right. All right, they're gonna start right now. 5 minutes.
Yeah, that's 5 minutes starting right now.
5 minutes. Okay.
camera when it's on us? Rear camera when it's on us?
Yeah, it should be.
Welcome to the UNIQLO Wheelchair Doubles Masters.
Wow.
All right, we're gonna try and.
Can't stand there in front of those speakers.
Is that the PA feed you got?
That's
Stand by.
Please welcome on court the UNIQLO Wheelchair Doubles Masters quad finalists. U.S.
Welcome to the Marguerite Tennis Pavilion in beautiful Mission Viejo, California, the site of the UNIQLO Wheelchair Doubles Masters. Hi everyone, I'm Gordon Spencer. Welcome to this year's Masters Tournament. 36 of the best in wheelchairs have gathered here to play in Mission Viejo, California. We are down now to the finals here as we are getting ready for the quads. Joining me for the broadcast this afternoon is U.S. Paralympic coach and member of the USTA, Dan James. Dan, the quads getting ready to start here, and we've got another great pairing here between these two.
Yeah, these two teams, the teams of Jamie Burdekin and Andy Lapthorne from Great Britain. You have David Wagner and Nick Taylor from the United States. This is a historied rival. They have been playing against each other in the Paralympics, in World Team Cup. We always expect a close and exciting match when these two teams come together.
Yeah, and they met in pool play, and Lapthorne and Burdekin actually beat Wagner and Taylor, which, you know, in pool play, not enough to separate the pool, so they came together and played, and maybe a bit of an upset in pool play?
Yeah, in the Masters, they play a round robin to see who gets to the finals, and it was an upset. It was a surprise. Now, Burdekin and Lapthorne have beat Taylor and Wagner before, but it is considered an upset, and I think after an interview with Jamie Burdekin from Great Britain, they're confident right now that they have a chance to beat Taylor and Wagner, and that doesn't bode well. It bodes for really great tennis.
Yeah, I mean, these two have dominated Wagner and Taylor, and what has made them where they are today.
Back in 2004, we as a staff put the two of them together, and they created a strategy that has been almost unbeatable since the Athens Paralympics in 2004. Players have been trying to figure out how to beat them, and they've taken a few losses. And the power of Jamie Burdekin, the touch and finesse of Andy Lapthorne poses a real threat. I know that in speaking to Taylor and Wagner before the match, they know they have to play better. They know that match in pool play was not acceptable tennis, and so I'm really looking for two great performances from each team.
Yeah, Nick Taylor there on the left of the screen you see, and David Wagner on the right. Warm-ups going on right now in the quads. And boy, you know, Nick Taylor, what a job he's done. I mean, these guys are 8-time champions, but Nick is one of the best in that power wheelchair.
Yeah, Nick is a unique athlete. The quad division has a physical impairment in both the lower appendages and the upper appendages. Nick Taylor cannot push a manual chair, and so he's actually in a motorized chair. He's one of the only top players in the world to do that. You're going to see some amazing tennis. You're going to see Nick Taylor using his feet to kick and serve. Everyone should enjoy the tennis.
Yeah, absolutely. No, and it's a perfect day for this to go on, and the Brits, Lapthorne and Burdekin, they've definitely got their hands full. But again, we saw them win in pool play against these two.
Well, I know in talking to the British coaching staff, they are continually trying to devise a plan because there's a target on the back of David Wagner and Nick Taylor. All the quad doubles teams, they are aiming to beat that team. And I'm pretty sure that Jamie Burdekin is gaining more confidence each time they get a win over that team. And I do think that we're looking at a very close match today.
There's a look at Andy Lapthorne as they continue to warm up here. And Lapthorne, 25 years old, Jamie Burdekin, 36 years old. And they've certainly won, so we know they're capable of doing that. But what makes them, unique enough and skilled enough to perhaps take down these reigning world champs?
Well, the truth of the matter is that each of these players have gained so much experience. All of these players have played in Grand Slams. All of these players have been traveling the world for the last 10 plus years. So the setting of a doubles masters final isn't going to intimidate anybody. And so I think as time has progressed and they have a couple of wins over Taylor and Wagner, coming into this match, they know that they're going to pick on Nick. They're going to try and force Nick into mistakes, to hit through Nick. Nick's job is to get the ball up in the air and let David create some magic at the net.
Yeah, how much strategy, they have coaches, how much strategy is going to really play out in this? Do they change up what they do, or they just play their game?
Well, they're going to discuss before each match what happens, and the strategy is a critical part. At this level of tennis, it's not about who's better, it's about who's going to be mentally tough in that final. And so both teams have spent time last night and this morning analyzing, reviewing what they want to do, and they'll go in with a game plan. The problem comes in when that game plan isn't working, and they're going to have to change.
Well, I understand Taylor and Wagner won the toss. They decided to receive. What is the advantage for receiving first?
In wheelchair tennis, given the height of the athletes, the serve is not as big of an advantage as it is in able-bodied tennis. I think they're looking to put some pressure on the Brits and to get a break right off the get-go.
And it's the best of three, so the pressure on immediately, to get ahead. And we know that win in pool play was 6-4, 6-2. Burdekin and Lapthorne over Taylor and Wagner. So, boy, one of those sets not real close.
Yeah, to me, it was a surprise because normally we have a 3-set match with these two teams. The Americans came out a little flat, and the Brits took advantage of that. They attacked them, and we're ready.
All right, Nick Taylor out of Wichita, and David Wagner grew up in Walla Walla, Washington. So we are set here to begin this match. Finals of the quads.
It's a great shot by Lapthorne. They are going to pick on Nick with that high ball. But I really expect long points. You're going to see a lot of chair movement today.
Yeah, the movement and the reach and how quickly they can cover ground, just amazing as you continue to watch this Quad Masters final. Net by Burdekin.
There you see Jamie Burdekin using what we call the inverted topspin backhand, where he actually flips the racket over to create acceleration and topspin on that backhand side.
Tough baseline lob shot again. Tough for Nick Taylor.
You're going to see both teams trying to get the ball up to push the other team back. It's going to either get them a free point or get the other team to hit the ball short. It's a great shot by Taylor. The Great Britain team is looking for Nick to lift up lobs, and they're going to be surprised when he drives that ball like they were in that instance with the ball splitting them right down the middle.
So 30-40. Taylor Wagner with the advantage. And deuce now in the first game here of this first set.
Strategically, you're going to see the Great Britain team really trying to pick on Nick and his power chair. That mobility is tough for him, and they're going to try to find that weakness.
That was just long, so add in for Lapthorne and Burdekin. Second serve for Burdekin, trying to win his serve in his first game. And the first one goes to Burdekin and Lapthorne. They have 1-0 in set number one. They'll switch sides. What did you see in that first one that really gave Burdekin and Lapthorne the advantage? And that's a huge start for them.
They are definitely strategically trying to pick on Nick Taylor. The power chair is very difficult to move. If they can hit right at him or push him back deep and up, they're going to be on offense this whole match. Exciting for the Americans. They look far more energetic today than they did in pool play. That first game, several minutes, this is a great sign for that team as well. This is going to be a tight match.
Nick Taylor, I mean, the success that he's had, I know maybe he is slowed down a little bit with that chair, but boy, just the success of the 3 gold medals he's won Paralympics. And the serve by David Wagner with the ace to start off.
Fantastic serve out wide, pulling Jamie Burdekin to a place where he just couldn't reach the ball.
That one just long, so 30-0. Taylor Wagner.
And for those watching at home, you'll see that David Wagner actually has to tape the racket to his hand. That means he can't change his grip to serve, and so he's just using straight athletic ability to get that ball with spin into the court.
Yeah, another amazing aspect of these quad players here. Wagner, 41 years old. Might mention too the sun. You know, the receive side right now is looking at the sun. Maybe an advantage for the serve side, Wagner and Taylor.
It absolutely is. It's a tough sky. It's a blue sky, no cloud cover. There's no ceiling for the players to judge the ball.
A beautiful day here in Mission Viejo, California. 75 degrees at the Marguerite Tennis Pavilion. Glad to bring you this live broadcast, courtesy of Mission Viejo Television. And that one got in on Taylor, 30-15 now.
Burdekin did a great job of attacking that serve. He was well inside the baseline to take it on the first bounce, and you see it land right back at the baseline. Good offense.
There's that high lob, deep lob. Again, the sun issues, boy, that goes right up into that sun too. And not only that is an issue, but it backs him way up to that fence. And tough return.
Yeah, that's a great shot for Nick Taylor. That is his weapon. He hits with so much topspin that ball's going to go up, and he's going to push Burdekin and Lapthorne back.
40-15. Such a solid serve for David Wagner. Looked really good early.
For Jamie Burdekin, that forehand is his weapon, and he's really driving the ball deep right now. I'd look to see Andy Lapthorne actually transition forward the better that Jamie hits that ball.
Good look at Andy Lapthorne, ready to receive the serve. 40-30. Taylor and Wagner.
Just long. Wagner giving it a second look.
Yeah. Wanted to verify the line call. Wow, now it's turned into deuce. So Burdekin and Lapthorne looking to break the Wagner serve after they were up 40-15. Now deuce.
It's a great kick.
Deep ball. Lapthorne. Good rally here. And that one's out. So Taylor had to reach back into that corner and try to retrieve that ball, and it was wide. So advantage now, Burdekin and Lapthorne.
And for Burdekin and Lapthorne, they forced Taylor and Wagner to switch sides. And that's going to put them in an offensive position every time that happens.
Wagner serving. Boy, nice shot by David Wagner. A backhand, wide, wow. He went wide with that shot and dropped it in.
And this is something with the inverted topspin backhand that has just become a weapon in wheelchair tennis. The spin and the angle created impossible for Lapthorne to get that.
So back to deuce here in game number 2. And that one goes long. So Lapthorne and Burdekin now with the advantage again.
Early in this match, even though that ball went long, strategically for Wagner and Taylor, keeping the ball that deep has to be their goal. If they allow Lapthorne and Burdekin to move forward, they're going to be in trouble. They're going to be in defense all day. That's what we would call in our team a good miss.
Started with Taylor and Wagner up 40-15. Now it's advantage Lapthorne Burdekin. Oh, there was that tough shot, boy. He just got Nick Taylor back there, and 2-0 now in set number 1. Burdekin and Lapthorne.
And just from a momentum perspective, that's an important game. Taylor and Wagner were up 40-15. Wagner was serving fantastically, and the two Brits fought back. And this is going to be important to see how Nick Taylor and David Wagner come back in this third game of the first set.
So Lapthorne now will serve for the team from Britain. And that one long, Burdekin missing on that one down. Above 15. Burdekin not happy with himself on that shot, kind of hitting himself in the head there.
Now that's a tough miss, but strategically the right thing. Trying to drive the ball right at Nick Taylor.
Live coverage of the Quad Masters here, UNIQLO Wheelchair Masters. And nice forehand by David Wagner.
12:30.
And that's what Taylor and Wagner need to have happen. David needs to take over offensively. He is the number 2 player in the world in singles, and he needs to take over this match. He needs to be a physical presence. Really important. It's down love 40 that the Americans press here. This is an important game. They can't go down 3-0 in this first set.
Yeah, with a love 40 advantage, you would think they just want to put this one away and get back 2-1 in the first set, down 2-0 early. That one goes long, so 15-40 now.
15-40.
And in the quad division in doubles, you're going to see a lot of that high ball play. There's not as much physical strength above the shoulders, and they're going to try and attack that position in the body. Now 30-40. And this is what we saw in the previous game. We saw Burdekin and Lapthorne come back when they were down 15-40, down love 40 in this game. It's back to 30-40.
Yeah. This is a big point right here. Wagner Taylor want to just win this one. Still up. 30-40. 5 of the last 7 times these teams have met, they've gone to a third set. So we know there's always a good battle going on. Just out, boy, that was just long, and Wagner and Taylor hang on. Now it's 2-1 in set 1.
Well, and you could hear the vocal disappointment of Andy Lapthorne. He thought they had a good chance to come back in a second consecutive game where they were down. For Taylor and Wagner, getting onto the scoreboard, getting on 2-1, really important for the rest of the set.
And with Taylor and Wagner, just the record they have against Burdekin and Lapthorne, they've only lost twice in the last 8 meetings. But like you said, maybe momentum swung a little bit over to Burdekin and Lapthorne, Andy Lapthorne and Jamie Burdekin, after that pool play win just a couple of days ago.
I think there's that aspect to it, and there's definitely momentum change. Did have a chance to speak with David and Nick about just the target on their back. They have been the best quad doubles team since 2004. And every team in the world is making an effort to beat them. That's a lot of pressure.
Yeah.
That's a lot of pressure for them, and they've historically handled it amazing. They've won the last 3 Paralympic gold medals. They've won the last 7 U.S. Open Grand Slam quad doubles titles. But you're seeing a change.
Yeah, and it is. I mean, how long can you have a target on your back? I mean, everybody's coming for you. And Andy Lapthorne and Jamie Burdekin would love to get a win here. Wagner, Taylor on their home turf in the United States. Want to keep their string going here, Mission Viejo.
And here you're going to see the unique serve of Nick Taylor. Given his disability, he cannot toss the ball up to serve, so he actually uses his feet to kick the ball up.
Yeah, watch this. That's Taylor as they're down 2-1. Trying to even up things in set 1. Wow, good hit by Jamie Burdekin. Nice overhand.
Yeah, the overhead coming in is a tough play for a wheelchair tennis player. The one thing I like about what Burdekin is doing, he's staying on offense. He's not going back down. Here we have the serve.
You can see the unique toss from the foot. Unbelievable. And unfortunately, Nick into the net on that one.
Caught that ball a little bit late, dropped into the net. And strategically, he probably needs to make a better decision there to lift that ball up. He's being attacked. They need to buy some time and space.
long. Lapthorne tried to go down the line.
Lapthorne was looking for the fake out. He wanted it to look like he was going to hit a drop shot and then just push that back deep down the line. Fortunately, it missed, but you are noticing that Burdekin and Lapthorne are getting the short balls right now. They are attacking, and that's something that Taylor and Wagner need to change.
Hit him deep. And the ace and the scream by Nick Taylor as he aces the serve.
Very important for Nick to serve at a high percentage, and if he gets some free points off that serve, that's a bonus. That's a bonus for Taylor and Wagner.
That one long.
Now we see the American duo of Taylor and Wagner coming back from a deficit.
Yeah. 40-30. Little strategy talk back there with between Nick and David after that miss on the first serve. Wide. Back to deuce.
Again, you see Andy Lapthorne well inside that baseline attacking the ball on the first serve. Wagner and Taylor will talk between each point to decide who's covering where. Coverage of the court is critical in wheelchair tennis.
And that goes wide. Advantage. Taylor Wagner here in fourth game of the first set. Burdekin and Lapthorne up 2-1 in set number 1.
Great
Spin on that. Good spin on that, and Burdekin just couldn't get to it and get it over that net. And what a huge win for Taylor and Wagner to tie it at 2 each here in set number 1.
With a slightly slow start, down 2-0, critical for Taylor and Wagner to get to 2-2. We have a fresh game. We're all tied up in this set, and I'm looking for David to, again, become more offensive.
Jamie Burdekin to serve. And there's that strategy. They back up Nick Taylor and make it very difficult to return.
Burdekin and Lapthorne do a great job of working together. Jamie's the offensive guy. He's going to drive that ball through Nick. Andy Lapthorne's going to get it high. You're going to see him do it all day long.
Check or serve.
15 love. Tied at 2 apiece in the first set. And up 30 love now.
Seeing a slight letdown from the American duo after getting back to 2-all. Won 2 games in a row.
Quickly down.
Down
Now 30-0.
Down 30 love, and looking to see a little bit of an energy surge here, down 30 love.
There you get one back, 30-15 now. Good crowd out here. Beautiful afternoon, Mission Viejo, California. Live coverage. Dan James, U.S. Paralympic coach, USTA. Gordon Spencer. Live from the Marguerite Tennis Pavilion. All day finals here the women's and the men's to come.
Wagner needs to attack the second serve. First bounce inside the court.
And good attack by Wagner, and then the return by Taylor makes it impossible for the return, and they've come back after down 30 love. It's 30 all.
Absolutely incredible how much spin Nick Taylor puts on that ball. Really pushes that other team back.
Wow, good serve by
Second
Burdekin.
serve ace. Incredible.
40-30 now, Burdekin and Lapthorne. Just impossible almost to return that for anyone. I mean, that's a great location.
Yeah, that second bounce of that serve was actually in the fence. That's how good that angle was. Incredible serve. Good hands by Wagner.
Wow. Oh, what a shot at the net by David Wagner.
Crowd reacts to that. Watching David Wagner attack, rolling forward into the court, hits a return, pounds the volley. We're back to deuce.
Another deuce here early in this match. Third time we've been at deuce. We're in game 5 of the first set. And they're looking for a call. I think both Wagner and Taylor thought that might be long, but short discussion. And the point goes to Burdekin and Lapthorne. Advantage.
Important to let go the thought of a bad call. Great get.
Short hop. And that is out. Back to deuce.
Back to deuce. Lapthorne just a little tentative. He did everything right in that point. He attacked, he transitioned forward, and he got tight on the put-away volley. I don't expect to see that all day. That's a shot he's going to get again.
Jamie Burdekin serving at deuce. Wow, what a return by Nick Taylor, making it real tough for Burdekin to get back on that one.
Well, that's a really smart play by Nick Taylor because the server, after the serve, isn't moving. And to start the wheelchair roll is really difficult for these athletes. That's just smart tennis.
So advantage Taylor and Wagner. Oh. Wow. What a point, what a win for Taylor and Wagner as they go up 3-2, set 1.
And that was an important game. They were down 30 love. In the first 2 games, they were down. Or they were up and they lost. Now they've been down and coming back. We're seeing a bit of a momentum change. And we are seeing David Wagner start to take over the match. Aggressively coming forward, putting volleys away. This is Taylor Wagner doubles right here at its finest.
Yeah, down 2-0, now up 3-2. I mean, if you're Burdekin and Lapthorne, how do you get that momentum back?
Well, they need to talk to each other right now and say, listen, we're still getting opportunities. We've missed some volleys. We've missed some offensive shots. They don't need to change what they're doing. They just need to execute. And I do think the team of Burdekin and Lapthorne need to keep coming forward. They can't let David take over the net vertically.
Yeah, they seem to have that early strategy that was working in those first two. You know, getting Nick Taylor deep, making it real tough for him to return. And now I think they've adjusted. Maybe Taylor and Wagner to be able to counter that.
And that's the incredible nature of that team. Nick Taylor strategically is a genius, so he will adjust. He will put himself in a position where he can get to the ball. So you'll see him change his position. You'll see him adjust to what they're doing, and that's what makes him so good.
Here we go, 3-2, Wagner Taylor.
Wagner to serve.
Critical first set, up 3-2. Best 2 out of 3.
That's unbelievable.
There's that corner shot.
Just long.
Love 15.
So love 15.
Not sure what Taylor is going to the chair umpire with. It was a close call, I think a good one. But those are the kinds of things that can get into a player's head. Wagner serving, love 15.
Boy, that was just tough for Taylor. He was all the way up against that fence and just ran out of room trying to backhand that one.
Well, you can actually hear Nick Taylor's chair as he's reaching. If he has to take a hand off that joystick, the wheels don't roll. So great effort, but the depth of that shot is too much for Nick Taylor.
And 15-30.
And Gordon, here we go again. A team gets down in a game, and they're going to start the comeback. It seems like the theme of this first set so far.
Down love 30, and this has got to be one of the most important games so far. I mean, Wagner Taylor could go up 4-2, which really makes it tough.
Puts a lot of pressure on Lapthorne and Burdekin. First serves are critical here for them to come back in this game. Great backhand by Taylor.
Couple of nice forehands by Taylor.
What a get.
Wow. Wow, what a get by Wagner, but Burdekin able to stay with it, get the point.
That's the kind of point we've come to expect when these two teams come together. Long points, incredible pushing. They picked on Nick Taylor's forehand the entire point and then attacked Wagner. Hats off to Lapthorne and Burdekin. Strategically, that was a perfect point.
Now 15-40. Big point here for Burdekin and Lapthorne.
Too short.
Oh, wow, what a shot by Wagner. Lapthorne tried to drop it short.
There is no question that David Wagner has the best hands in the quad game. Incredible feel for the court, can hit amazing angles. Jamie and Andy need to get together and talk about depth. They cannot allow the ball to get that short because David Wagner will hit amazing shots.
Covered a lot of ground. It's 30-40 now. shot. Taylor kind of got hung up there, but a great shot.
Wagner and Taylor, a little miscommunication, and led to the attacking get by Jamie Burdekin. Big winner down the line. We're all tied up again.
Boy,
we're
3-3.
We're at 3-all, and this is a critical game. To go down 4-3 where you could lose the set on the next changeover, the momentum is going to shift off this game.
So 3-3 in set number 1, live coverage of the Quad Masters, the UNIQLO Wheelchair Doubles Masters, all afternoon here in Mission Viejo, California.
Great shot, catching the line by Burdekin. I really noticed that Jamie Burdekin is now feeling that forehand. His weapon is on fire right now. Taylor and Wagner need to be careful about setting him up for that attacking ball.
15 love. Oh, boy. What a shot by Wagner, right down the middle. Lapthorne just couldn't get to it. 15 all.
Again, it's so difficult for the server to move out of that serve. That first push is so difficult. Great placement by Wagner.
Well, and you have to guess. I mean, yeah, you start your momentum one way and...
Absolutely. Incredible get by Taylor.
And Burdekin able to bury it. 30-15. Lapthorne, Burdekin.
If Taylor and Wagner aren't careful, we're going to sound like a broken record. We're going to say great forehand, Jamie Burdekin. They need to avoid that shot.
Boy, Wagner just caught the tape of the top of the net.
Not happy with that miss because he got exactly what he wanted. He had an offensive opportunity. He was inside the court. Good miss, though, for Taylor and Wagner. They want David to have those opportunities.
Boy, Wagner came in on that one, tried to get a quick return, and it's 4-3 just like that. So
that game was too fast for Taylor and Wagner. Too many misses, too many easy shots for Burdekin and Lapthorne. And let's just talk about those two because they've created offense in an even match. They're able to get Nick Taylor on the defensive. Jamie Burdekin right now is on fire with that forehand. And I look for him to try and take over the rest of this set.
And how about the recovery by Burdekin and Lapthorne, down, up 2-0, down 3-2, and now they're up 4-3.
Really easy for them to just give up.
Yeah.
Really easy for them to say, listen, Taylor and Wagner are just too good in this set. We're going to start over in the second set. No way. They're not going to give up. And I'm looking forward to a roller coaster in this match. I think we're going to see momentum shifts almost every changeover.
Yeah, we've seen it since the first point. 3 deuces so far in this first set. Not a bad day for tennis, huh?
The Marguerite Tennis Pavilion in the city of Mission Viejo. This is one of the most beautiful public facilities in the nation. The hosts have been amazing. And so our responsibility is just to watch and
enjoy
tennis.
Yeah, this started here 3 years ago, so this is the 3rd year, and first time 3 years ago was in the U.S., which is pretty unbelievable to come here, and now it's become such a staple here in Mission Viejo, California.
Well, great honor for the U.S. to host a Masters. It's really important on the International Wheelchair Tennis Tour that the U.S. has a presence. City of Mission Viejo, USTA have all stepped up to make this a reality, and it's truly a professional tournament.
Nick Taylor to serve here.
Starts off with his second ace. Down 4-3, first serve ace. And Nick Taylor's not known for his big serve. So this is advantage Taylor Wagner if he can continue to do this.
Off the foot serve, that unique serve of Nick Taylor. That one long. So quickly 30 love, Taylor and Wagner.
It's very interesting to watch all 4 players slowly approaching the chair umpire after some of these close calls. It'll be interesting to see if that becomes a factor later in the match.
spot placement there by Wagner. We've seen him do it all match long so far.
The only word that comes to mind is magic. His hands are magic. What he can do with his pickups, his angles, just an incredibly talented tennis player.
And that racket is taped to his hand. So a little limited mobility, being able to do things. And that was out. And just like that, Taylor and Wagner, 4-4.
For Nick Taylor to come out and hit 4 first serves, one of which was an ace, that's an incredible statement, down 4-3. Sending a message to their opponents that we're here. Burdekin and Lapthorne aren't going away this set. This will be a great finish in the first set.
Yeah, so after 3 deuces to begin things, these last 2 games have been, boy,
surprisingly quick.
Real quick. Yeah.
Important for Jamie Burdekin to get a high percentage of first serves here. Do not allow Nick and David to attack.
I hope folks from around the world are enjoying this live streaming of this great, what's turned out to be the first finals, Quad Masters. Jamie Burdekin to serve, and he starts out with an ace.
That's the start they need. First serve, right at the body, free point. We've seen the last 2 games go by quickly. Taylor and Wagner need to get into this game. They can't let it go by fast.
Yeah, the way this is shaping up, it's going to go 3, so they probably don't mind a couple of quick ones.
Great spin by Lapthorne.
Boy, they kept trying to work Nick Taylor back. Lapthorne and Taylor, nice back and forth volley there.
Well, long point, and really interesting to listen to Wagner and Taylor play. You hear David Wagner at the net continually saying you, communicating. They've been playing together for 11 years, and they still speak every point.
15-30.
Burdekin doing a great job of first serve percentage, needs to finish that second ball. Needs to be a presence in this point.
Boy, that spin Nick Taylor puts on.
Taylor changes his grip inside out, cross-court winner. Lapthorne did not like the call, gave the chair umpire a quick look.
And certainly with that spin, I mean, boy, the momentum's going to the fence. So even if that did land in Lapthorne's favor, I don't know if
he could have gotten it.
Returnable.
What a gift.
Wow. There's that spot for Wagner. Just off the net. The racket of Lapthorne came off, and it's a 5-4 Wagner-Taylor lead here in set number 1.
Well, and we've seen a pattern. We've seen a pattern of momentum changes, but Andy Lapthorne at the net has to be aggressive. So far, he's been placing the ball, even making some mistakes, and Nick Taylor and David Wagner have taken advantage every single time.
So 5-4. Boy, what a continual shift here in this first set in the Quad Masters final. There you take a look at the score. 5-4. Going to switch sides here. Nice, perfect afternoon. 75 degrees in Mission Viejo, California, Marguerite Tennis Pavilion. Gordon Spencer and U.S. Paralympic coach Dan James with the USTA.
Well, this is really enjoyable tennis. This match has far more energy, far better tennis than we had in pool play. It really is two of the best teams in the world, possibly the two best teams in the world. And Gordon, the exciting thing is that this could be a preview of a gold medal match in Rio 2016. Both teams are fighting their way towards the Paralympics, and so it's a big year. Every time they play becomes that preview.
Right, that's right. We should mention that a lot of these players, that's their next target. Their next big target, right, is 2016 Rio. Not too far off.
Well, and you're looking at athletes that have medals here, so they're experienced and
Yeah.
should be a great year of wheelchair tennis.
David Wagner to serve.
Go back.
And again, the advantage on the serve side. We've seen that the last 3 games.
Great for serve, a little tight on the return for Jamie Burdekin. Not the same swing speed we've seen for the rest of the set.
Oh, there's that David Wagner. Little drop shot over the net.
Crowd really excited to see that talent. And what an incredible shot. And that ball was so low. The Brits hit a great shot. They did nothing wrong there. That's just how good his hands are.
And we've heard the crowd make the most noise when David Wagner has been making those shots. And he gets another one.
One time.
Very strong serving game from David Wagner. Really a good, strong presence, good first serve percentage. I look for a first serve right here, closing out the set.
There it is.
There it is.
There it is. Excellent serving by David Wagner. And David Wagner, Nick Taylor win set number 1, 6-4, after being down early, and it went back and forth. They were down 3-2.
Well, they were down 3-2. They were down 2-0. This first set was honestly a roller coaster. It truly was, and very, very exciting to see the Americans finish that out. But this match isn't over. The Brits are famous for pushing this to 3. They have some wins. I look for the Brits to come out on fire. Right now, if we can get a look at Jamie Burdekin, he's actually retaping. In the quad division, you're going to see them retape. They put the sticky side of the tape open so they can push the wheelchair. And throughout the match, that sticky side will get dull. And so we're going to take a little time to retape and see what happens in this second set. Should be fantastic.
Yeah, I mean, if you're Burdekin and Lapthorne, well, that's a heartbreaker. You know, you look like you had it. You had a couple opportunities to maintain that lead, and Taylor and Wagner, so many times they come back and win it.
It's absolutely true. The fortitude of Taylor and Wagner is incredible. But I think that they should be very confident. Burdekin and Lapthorne should be very confident because strategically they played the right set. They just didn't finish. They just didn't finish the opportunities they had. And if they stay aggressive, that second set could easily go to the Brits.
Yeah, and since 2000, boy, Nick Taylor, 30 championships. I mean, just the experience and been there, done that. They've probably been in every situation imaginable. They've played so many different levels of competition. And boy, there's something to be said for that.
Yeah, incredible the experience they've had. Every surface, every country, every continent. These guys have played all over the world. Now, right now, Gordon, interesting, we do have a toilet break. Players leaving the court briefly, they'll come right back. And so we'll have a slight break. They'll come back, have to tape in again. And that's actually really interesting because each time they tape in, if it's not perfect, they have to redo it again. That grip is critical because they can't move it.
Are there any do's and don'ts that you're allowed during these breaks? I mean, I know I saw that there's folks that sort of follow the athletes if they do have to take a restroom break. Are they just keeping an eye on them, or just helping them? Are they?
By rule, and a chair umpire or a linesman has to go with the player when they leave the court. That is so that there's no coaching, and to ensure that the field of fair play is maintained on and off the court.
I was going to say, I mean, what type of, I mean, can coaches have any type of conversation at all with these players at all?
Absolutely
No.
not. Absolutely not. There is a no coaching rule. It's very similar to the ATP or at Grand Slams.
Sure.
There is a rule. That's not to say that it doesn't happen. We of course have seen incidents of coaches coaching, hand signals, sometimes just outright yelling. But as a general rule, it's an incredibly fair field of play for the players and the coaches. And right now, I can actually see the British coaches, so and the American coach, we're okay.
There's no secret meetings taking
I don't
place
think
right
so.
now. Yeah, no, great crowd there has been. Sun is out and bright here in Mission Viejo, California. Live coverage of the Quad Masters, and it's just what we expected between Nick Taylor, David Wagner, and Andy Lapthorne and Jamie Burdekin. The two we probably expected to be here, although they can't reign in this spot forever, but. We are seeing another classic, I think.
Yeah, well, this is, as a U.S. Paralympic coach, I've seen this match way too many times.
Yeah.
It is the reason that my hair is no longer brown. But it's been enjoyable because even the history of Peter Norfolk, the former incredible champion from Great Britain, it doesn't matter who the matchup is from Great Britain against David and Nick, it's great tennis. It's competitive. And like I said, with the target on the back, they are the only team to three-peat at the Paralympics. They have 3 consecutive gold medals in doubles, which is incredible.
Yeah.
Everybody is gunning for them. And you have to tip your hat to Andy Lapthorne, Jamie Burdekin, the Great Britain staff. They have been a presence throughout that run, including stealing some titles.
Yeah. Right. And what's the time limit between these sets? Is there a time limit that they try to keep?
The official time limit is 2 minutes. That changes once we have a set break or a toilet break. It can go as long as we want.
Okay. Again, set number 1, 6-4. 6-4 winners of Wagner and Taylor. We are between sets. The players are getting retaped, taking a break, recharging a little bit. A couple of restroom breaks. So we are set for a Masters, a classic Quad Masters once again.
Well, you need to just mention briefly what the city of Mission Viejo has done to this public facility. This looks like an absolute professional venue. We have more and more people streaming in on a beautiful Saturday morning. And they've really done a nice job of creating a professional event.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, the first time I was actually able to come here not too long ago, I'd been here before they made the transition, but the clubhouse, the facility, great place to view any type of tournament here. And it's just first class, whole complex here. Of course, we're located close to the Mission Viejo Nadadores swim complex too, where a lot of Olympic athletes train. And of course, the Olympics did take place here in Mission Viejo as well. So it is quite a first-class facility. Mission Viejo, California, always first class in general with everything they do, and they really support a lot of the sports, and very excited to.
Well, incredible history of athletics here, and we are now very fortunate to be joined by the co-tournament director, head coach at the City of Mission Viejo Tennis, and also personal friend and national coach co-worker, Mr. Jason Harnett. Welcome.
Hello, everyone. Thanks for tuning in.
Yeah, thanks, Jason, for stopping by. I saw you working hard out there. You were actually sweeping the courts before the match. You do everything.
I think I've worn about 8 caps this week. A repair station, court sweeper, water replenisher, Gatorade replenisher, counselor. I mean, we could go down the list. You know.
And the counselor was for me, so I really appreciated
Constant
that
counseling
very
for
much.
Dan.
Yes, that was
That
great.
is a full-time job there.
Jason, how important is it to have an event of this stature, first in America? What does that mean to American wheelchair tennis?
I think, any chance we get to represent the elite level, I think looking long-term is huge for the sport. I think you get to see the very, very best, athletes in the world, Paralympians in the world here, especially in the United States. We do have some nice level events. Obviously, the Grand Slam that Dan is the tournament director for at the U.S. Open in New York. But for us here on the West Coast, I think it's wonderful to bring elite level wheelchair tennis back to the place where the sport was founded here in Southern Cal.
Well, and I think that's a critical point because the sport was founded here, and the city of Mission Viejo has a history going back to the early '80s of supporting wheelchair tennis. And so, as a guy who's both a Paralympic coach and a local coach, what does it mean to the city to have this event here?
Well, I think the city, I think they didn't know what they were getting into the first couple of years ago. I apologize for that, but. The idea was to bring something really special. We saw the renovation here with the Marguerite Tennis Pavilion. We saw the layout, what it was going to look like, and immediately we started looking at ideas. Well, how are we going to utilize such a beautiful place? Do we want to bring an able-body event in? Do we want to bring a wheelchair event in? And when I presented the idea of the Wheelchair World Championships essentially here, everyone lit up. Everyone was like, wow, what an amazing, can we do that? Can we get it here? And when we won the bid, that's when the ball started rolling. We saw, looking at other events what the city does that are so very well done that we knew we could do it. We have a great staff, great leadership, and this is this is the result. To be honest, it's wonderful.
Well, it's fantastic. And you see the players back on the court, and we're about ready for play. Please, Gordon.
No, I was just going to ask Jason. I mean, with this being the birthplace, the backyard of Brad Parks being local and really growing, and he was the one that sort of started all this in the backyard, but it's only the third year in Mission Viejo, so you think maybe it would have started years ago, but it's just it's exploded. It's amazing now.
It's amazing now. This is, again, this is about as well-run a wheelchair event that I've seen, and our Dan's probably seen. We've been around a little while, and we've seen just about every tournament in the world. And so for me, I've been fortunate enough to travel and do these things and see these events, and I always jot notes down and look at things that I like. Some of the things you see here I stole from the U.S. Open because they do such a good job, and I think the players recognize that. And I know the folks here in Mission Viejo have enjoyed it so far, and every year we'll look to make it better in every way we can. So.
Well, and one of the amazing things that the city of Mission Viejo, you and your staff do, you treat the players like professional athletes. And I think it's important for people to realize that it's not about the chair. You're dealing with internationally elite athletes. And what helps you with that philosophy as they come into town and you put on this show?
Right. Yeah, I think you're right. These guys are professional athletes, and they each have their own needs and wants. And having known these athletes for as many years as we have, again, you have your notebook. You know exactly the dietary issues, on-court stuff. We pay attention to the details, and I think that's one of the benefits for my involvement is just having been a coach for so long. The players comment a lot of you paying attention. You've noticed. You know the things that we want, and those are some of the things I think the staff may not see right away, and I can point those things out, and that is very helpful for an event of this caliber. So,
what do you think of this first set between these two classic teams?
Yeah, these guys have battled for many years, and this could be honestly your Paralympic gold medal match, and this could end up being what it is in Rio next summer. So I think right now they're trying to get a feel for the different things they're doing tactically, and Nick and David, they just tend to, towards the end of every event that they're in, they tend to really dial it in and get sharp. So it doesn't surprise me at all. I know they had a tough pool play with these guys, but again, that's a round robin, and this is the final, so it's going to be maybe a different story here today.
Well, and this is the voice of experience because Jason was the quad coach for a number of years.
13 years with these guys.
For 13 years, so he knows this division probably as well as anybody in the world.
Yeah, David and Nick were actually at my wedding party. Dan James might have married my wife and I.
I did, yes. I also have I wear many hats.
You wear many hats. Reverend Dan, we call him.
Reverend Dan.
And you give him therapy, so
there you go. We're all very close.
All incredibly necessary.
Yeah. And everyone.
We have some other guests here.
Ladies and gentlemen, we've just been joined by Katrina Adams, USTA President and CEO, who will be watching wheelchair tennis. Hopefully we'll get to talk to you soon. What a great honor. Looks like the players are getting ready to head back onto court after this break. Jason, I know that you have a few responsibilities here, so we thank you for stopping by.
Pleasure, guys. And thank you guys for what you're doing.
Absolutely. No, we're excited to be live streaming this, hopefully all over the world. There's
a lot of people all over the world checking in right now.
Absolutely
I know that.
Fantastic.
Good.
Thank you for all you guys. Jason. All the best the rest of the day.
Very good. Thank you, guys.
All right. Thanks, Jason. All right, Jamie Burdekin and Andy Lapthorne back on the court. And Andy Lapthorne to serve to Nick Taylor and David Wagner. David Wagner, Nick Taylor up 1-0. They took a 6-4 win in that first set. So here we go.
And that was a serve that the chair umpire missed. Very good to see Taylor and Wagner with the start not reacting. The team that starts fast here could change the momentum of the set.
And we've seen Andy Lapthorne and Burdekin up 15 love. Now 15 all as we begin the second set here. Live coverage of the Quad Masters, the UNIQLO Wheelchair Doubles Masters at the Marguerite Tennis Pavilion.
And as we mentioned, we're joined by Katrina Adams, President and CEO of the United States Tennis Association. Katrina, welcome to the UNIQLO Doubles Masters.
Thanks, Dan. Pleasure to be here.
Just arriving, we have the American duo of Taylor and Wagner up a set against the Great Britain duo of Lapthorne and Burdekin. Katrina, how important has it been for the USTA to support these elite athletes in wheelchair tennis and make this a part of the USTA family?
Oh, well, tennis is a part of the USTA family no matter what. And when you look at these amazing athletes in wheelchair tennis, particularly and specifically Wagner and Taylor, I mean, it's such an honor for me to be able to come up and watch them this afternoon. I've only ever watched them at the US Open, so to see them in another event is truly an honor. And to see the talent that's on the court is amazing.
Another good point.
Critical start for Burdekin to be offensive with that forehand, to really start to take over the match. Early in the first set, that was his weapon. That's how Lapthorne and Burdekin took off. You need to see more of that in the second set.
And there's the game as Lapthorne wins the serve, up 1-0 in the second set here. And Katrina, I know this is, I mean, boy, you can't paint the weather any better than this today, but being able to see these athletes, again, I know you said hadn't seen them a lot of times, but this is the classic matchup here today that we could see for even next year.
No, absolutely. When you look at the matchup and the players on the court, they play each other often, and it's a matter of figuring out what their weaknesses are and coming up with the right shots and the right angles to be able to open up the court. And you look at the skill sets on both sides of the court, and they're able to come up with the right shots at the right moments to really be able to put themselves in winning positions.
Absolutely. When we see Burdekin starting off this set, as mentioned before, offensively, and if they want to win this second set, that has to continue.
And Lapthorne a little short on that shot.
A little tentative once again. Katrina, I know that you're in Southern California for another reason. Why don't you share with our audience what you've been doing this weekend?
Oh, well, I've been down in San Diego, which is about an hour and 20 minutes from here at the USCA Tennis Development Workshop, and it's really one of my most favorite conferences of the year. And it's where we bring together the true people that are on the ground doing all the work for grassroots, and it's the people that are running the CTAs, your local CTAs, that are coming together to share best practices and success stories and to be able to go back into their communities and try to continue to grow the game of tennis.
Good push by Wagner.
Plenty of time. And the shot pays off.
Well, and this is exciting for all the fans here because the level of tennis, the intensity is actually rising. There's not a team going away. And back to Katrina's point about the Tennis Development Workshop and the community folks, every American player has been touched by those organizations. Standing, sitting, it doesn't matter, which makes that family so right.
And another shot by Wagner. Boy, he's been hitting that spot, and that has just been tough for Burdekin and Lapthorne to return.
It was an incredible transition by Andy Lapthorne. He put himself in an offensive position, but he didn't do enough with the volley. And if you give David Wagner a chance at the net, you won't get a second chance.
He's very good at opening up the court with the angle and putting the ball away. So, and it's really about, you look at the power of the quickness that he has and moving up quickly and recognizing when those balls are going to be floaters or short, and he's there for the put away.
what a shot by Nick Taylor. Katrina Adams joining us, USTA president. Katrina, what do you think the state of tennis in general is these days?
Oh, I think it's thriving. I mean, when you look at, since I'm talking about the TDW and look about the grassroots, that's where it all starts. And we get a racket in our hand from either our local club or a local park or a local school. And so that's what the Tennis Development Workshop is about, is making sure that we're providing the tactics and the resources necessary to continue to grow tennis just within your local communities.
Incredible hands.
Wow,
Beautiful shot.
Right down the middle.
It's very interesting tactically what Wagner and Taylor are doing right now. Normally, Nick Taylor would lift that ball up with a top spin lob. He's transitioning that into offense. And if that's what he's going to do today, I'm telling you, Burdekin and Lapthorne are in trouble.
Really driving the ball to the opening on the court. And so when you talk about this TDW, the next stage is really engaging our high school athletes, making sure that they're staying in the game more, not just in their high school season, but creating opportunities for them to be able to play outside of their season year round. And then obviously when you start to look at the pros and the success that we're having on both the men and the women's circuit, tennis is very strong here in the U.S.
Katrina, we've been honored to watch the engagement of the USTA of all communities in America, and I know that's a huge priority for you. How is that reflected so far in your presidency?
Well, it's going really well. I mean, the group that I've been focusing on in my term has been the Hispanic group, and it's the fastest growing demographic in the U.S. And so to be able to introduce a sport to these different communities and get them engaged is a must for us to be able to thrive and grow in the future. But when you talk about all the aspects of it, you know, we can come right back here to wheelchair tennis, which is a huge component for USTA as well as for the ITF. And to be able to support all athletes who want to put a racket in their hand is really our number one goal.
That's fantastic.
No, game Taylor Wagner up 2-1 now in the second set.
And that was important for Taylor and Wagner. That was very important for Taylor and Wagner because they got down 1-0. Burdekin and Lapthorne had a fast start and they came right back. I'm really curious to see how long Nick Taylor's going to stay with offense. I'm really curious to see how that's going to go.
Yeah, certainly now up 2-1 in this second set.
Well, and again, honored to have Katrina Adams, President and CEO of the USTA, with us today. Coming up from San Diego, from the Tennis Development Workshop, one of the greatest things that we have. Katrina, you've seen tennis all over the world. You are a professional player yourself. How would you rate professional wheelchair tennis, just as a sport, as a fan?
I think it's fantastic. I've made it a point in recent years in particular to make sure at every Grand Slam that I attend that I go out and watch some of the matches, whether singles, doubles, it doesn't matter. But to be able to go out again, you know, as an able-bodied athlete and understanding what it takes to be at the top of my game and to go out and watch these players at the top of their game playing on the Grand Slam level or at the ITF world level, I think it's incredible. And so it's critical for people to understand the importance of supporting wheelchair tennis from a child. When you have a child that aspires to want to do something physically and athletically, make sure that you put a racket in their hand and introduce them to wheelchair tennis because it is quite rewarding.
Great tip by Wagner.
Wagner serving. Forehand into the net, love 15.
And that's the danger of Nick Taylor being the offensive player. His normal role is to get the ball up, get the ball deep, and allow David Wagner to attack. If he turns offensive and gives away some free points, he's opening the door for Burdekin and Lapthorne.
Wow, what a shot by Andy Lapthorne. Backhand.
And that's the offense that Andy Lapthorne needs to create when he transitions to the net. He finished a point there and is a far more offensive presence.
Nice serve, Wags.
And the ace by Wagner.
15-30.
And there you see Burdekin approaching the line where he thinks the ball landed.
They're trying to get some help from the chair umpire, but not going to change it.
Go, US.
That one just long, 15-40 now. Lapthorne, Burdekin with the advantage.
You can feel a little bit of an energy lull for Taylor and Wagner. They need to keep their momentum up to finish off this set. Good hands.
And that one just long, so
There it
game
is.
goes to Burdekin and Lapthorne. Now it's 2-2.
2-all, and we didn't expect Burdekin and Lapthorne to go away. And in these matches, they never do. Katrina, you wear many hats in the tennis industry as well as the USTA president and CEO, but you're also an International Tennis Federation VP. Congratulations.
Thank you.
What does that mean now in your world of wheelchair tennis? Or excuse me, of tennis?
Well, I think tennis, it's more on a global level now as to what my focus is in growing tennis worldwide, not just in the U.S. And so it's a huge opportunity for me to really be that much more involved in tennis as a whole. And although I have my own passion for wheelchair tennis, and particularly here in the U.S. and supporting Wagner and Taylor and many of our other Americans, to be able to now represent the game globally with the ITF is even more important for me, but it's a greater opportunity to get to know many of the athletes that much better.
And we always have a focus as stewards of the game to have the new ITF president as Dave Haggerty, a former USTA president, to have you as a vice president. Does the USTA in the U.S. have a voice as a steward in the tennis game now?
Well, absolutely. I mean, we've always had a voice, and as a Grand Slam nation, that gives us a bigger voice in the game as one of the most highly respected events in the world with the U.S. Open. But Dave Haggerty, although he's American and he's come from the USTA, I mean, he's independent now. He's really there to represent tennis as a whole, and so it's not so much Advantage USA. Because of him, it's more, still advantage because I am now involved and as a VP, but we really have to look at Dave as more of that international global voice of the game now.
It's 15-30 here. Tied at 2 in the second set. Taylor and Wagner up 1-0. In.
And that again, now we're starting to see Andy Lapthorne come forward, be aggressive. He's finishing points at the net. So if both Jamie Burdekin can be offensive and Andy Lapthorne, they're going to put much more pressure on Taylor and Wagner.
Burdekin charging to the net.
Yeah. 30-40.
30-40 now.
Pressure on. Taylor and Wagner coming back.
First chance, Katrina, for you to come here to Mission Viejo to see this event?
It is. When I realized that it was going on this weekend, that I was going to be here, I immediately reached out to Dan to let him know that I wanted to come up. So I'm glad it was able to fit into my schedule.
Well, I think it's critical for everyone to know that as presidency on the USTA, Katrina supports all programs, and she has a presence in all programs, and we feel very fortunate.
Thank you, Dan. It's really an honor and a pleasure to have the opportunity, though, to represent the USTA and to represent tennis here in the U.S. and also globally now, to be able to attend these type of events in support of what these athletes are doing.
Misread it.
Oh. And Wagner able to come in and drop it over.
And for those of you watching wheelchair doubles for the first time, it is amazing how talented these athletes are at finding the holes in the court. They really have the hands to put the ball in a spot the other team just doesn't want it.
Yeah. So advantage. Wagner and Taylor. Taylor Wagner winning the fifth game here, now up 3-2 in set number 2.
And the roller coaster continues, Gordon. Listen, Katrina Adams, President and CEO of the USTA, Vice President of the ITF, thank you so much for joining us.
My pleasure.
Truly
Thanks for
an honor
having
to
me.
have you. Enjoy the venue, enjoy the tennis, and we hope to talk to you again soon.
Thanks. It was nice for me to just drop by and step right on in.
Yeah,
here, so
that
it was
worked
fun.
out well. Yeah, thanks.
Thank
Great
you.
to see you.
Thank you
Appreciate
so
it.
much.
All right, thanks,
Appreciate it.
Katrina. Great to see
Thanks.
you. Enjoy the rest of the day. We hope you get to hang around for a while.
Oh, I'll be here.
A lot of tennis left here on the afternoon, as we probably are around just over an hour into this Quad Masters final.
But and this is the first of 3.
Yes,
We
right.
have the quad
Women's.
final here, women's, men's. Long day of
Yeah,
tennis.
full day of tennis. It's been a full, started November 3rd, all the way through to today, November 7th. And boy, we've seen some just classic already. A good start to the finals.
Well, and it's really exciting. We have some local players coming out to watch. And in the development of wheelchair tennis at a local level, to see this level of tennis and to learn from the best in the world, what a neat opportunity for the local Californians.
Yeah, I don't think you can go wrong. Anyone, whether you're a tennis fan, whether you're just a fan of a sport, just watching these, is sort of the first chance I've had to see this in person. I've been here a couple days, but seeing this in person, you forget about the chairs. You just start seeing these amazing athletes and these tight matches, tight
Absolutely.
games.
Americans up 3-2.
I should mention Andy Lapthorne and Jamie Burdekin from Britain, the British team against the American team. Nick Taylor, David Wagner looking for another title here at Mission Viejo.
Well, their resume of titles is too long for us to mention over the last
absolutely.
11, 12
Yeah.
years. But we have stiff
could not-
competition here.
We could not get through all of them with the length of this match even. Very highly decorated. Wow, what a get by Wagner. What an incredible point. Wow. What tennis.
Listen, the crowd's getting their money's worth today. Both sides pushing all over the court to see the switches, the lateral switches between Wagner and Taylor, the way they talk. That court coverage is second to none. Just incredible.
Yeah, both straight gets on both sides, but Wagner, boy, he is able to get to that ball.
Well, this
so
is
quickly.
this is the key to their doubles team. Him being able to be offensive in the court.
That one called wide. Big game here. Wagner Taylor up 3-2 in the second set, up 1-0. Looking for the title. Yeah, just that tough spot. Nick Taylor, right over his head, could not return it.
Well, and given Nick's disability, that's indefensible. When that ball is going to jump up that high, you simply have to say nice shot and try to adjust to the next one.
Unique serving styles of Nick Taylor off the feet. Can't mention that enough for folks watching, maybe have never seen it. Not able to serve with the hands, puts it on his feet. Great get deep, quite enough to get over the net.
Well, here's a big moment for Burdekin and Lapthorne. They're up 15-40 in this game. Have Nick Taylor serving, looking to attack.
And there it is. Lapthorne and Burdekin able to come back and win this one. Now 4. After that first set, winning the first set 6-4. Now 3-3 in the second. So big win for Burdekin and Lapthorne.
We're right back where we were in the first set. 3-all, critical 7th game of the second set.
Burdekin serving.
Well, this is the danger with Nick starting to drive the ball and not lifting that ball up. He's going to give Jamie Burdekin offensive opportunities on the forehand. Second serve.
Second serve.
Burdekin, 15-all now into the net.
Great deep return. Great deep return. And you're seeing both teams really working on pushing the other team back. The deeper that ball goes, the better chance you have of winning the point.
That one just wide.
What a get.
Whoa, another great get in the perfect spot. David Wagner. Lapthorne coming in.
David should be breathing a little bit of a sigh of relief. That ball was going to go well long, but it doesn't matter.
Yeah.
His hands are so good, he's going to find that open court with a volley. Good tennis. Good tennis on both sides.
Yeah. Great, another great point between these two.
And Jamie has the ability to find that backhand, which is a weakness for Nick Taylor.
Yeah. Can't grab that one. 4-3 now. Burdekin and Lapthorne taking the lead here in the second set.
And now we have a little bit of a change because the last set, Taylor and Wagner took the lead, and so we'll see if that's a change in momentum. Gordon, we're incredibly honored to be joined right now by Wendy Buckham, City Council of the Mission Viejo. Welcome.
Thank you. It's great to be here, and it's great to have all of this going on here.
Oh, isn't it a beautiful? I mean, couldn't ask for a more perfect day, right?
It's a perfect day.
What's been the reaction so far within the city and seeing all this great tennis out here?
Well, you know, I think what's really exciting is that I've come to this since the inception of having this wonderful tennis tournament here, and especially having our friends in the wheelchairs and this amazing speedy competition, I might add, is awesome having it here. But the thing that's been really inspiring for me over the last several years is that every single year the momentum is building for the attendance, and you see people. Last night I saw somebody from Mission Viejo High School, tennis player, bring a date here to watch tennis tournament, and that's just inspiring for our future.
It's just a good decision by that young man.
Yes, indeed.
But the city has done a great job of supporting. It's not just at the city of Mission Viejo. The city of Mission Viejo has staff and volunteers involved. Is this part of the city of Mission Viejo family?
Well, I think that's the character of our community, and we're proud of that. And frankly, it helps us to be able to do sports events and great, spectacular, unique events like this. I think that's what makes the difference, is because we have people that care. And it's a city of character, let's face it.
Absolutely. You see David Wagner attempt a drop shot.
Yep.
Just too high, too deep. Great push in for the down line winner.
Go, guys.
David Wagner serving. They're down 4-3 here in the second set. And that one just wide.
Incredible offense by Jamie Burdekin. And again, strategically, the idea of finding the Nick Taylor backhand is critical to Burdekin and Lapthorne. They want to get the ball up into his backhand, and they're going to take over the second set if they're able to do that.
Wow, what a grab. Lapthorne getting that shot. But what a shot by Nick Taylor. U.S. looking for a little.
In a winner down, going to bring them right back into the second set.
Down 4-3. Taylor and Wagner here in the second set. Up 1-0. Oh boy, Wagner
Great
not enough.
hands. Well, Wendy, City Councilwoman from the City of Mission Viejo, we're really excited because we not only do the Doubles Masters here, we do an international junior camp.
I know.
The City of Mission Viejo has truly joined us in the initiative to grow and support wheelchair tennis.
Well, and you know that's one component, but another component is I think that really we are all about youth athletics, and it doesn't matter, you know, all skill sets are important to us. And then the aspect of play, we have an all-access playground that we just invested $1 million in, close to $1 million in, just right up here up the road, which is a fabulous place for kids, young kids, and to play with their parents as well.
And this facility, I mean, you just hear people raving about it. I mean, the upgrades they made here. I mean, it's just, you want to watch any sort of tennis here now. It's just beautiful what they've done.
Very inviting.
Well, Wendy, thank you so much for joining us, and thank you for hosting us.
Hey, you know what? It's actually not only my pleasure, but it's actually our privilege to do so.
Oh, absolutely.
Thank
Thanks.
you
It's
so
great.
much.
What a beautiful
Wendy
day.
Bucknam, City of Mission Viejo City Councilwoman.
Thank you.
Thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Go guys, fire up.
So look what's happened here. Andy Lapthorne, Jamie Burdekin with a 5-3 lead here in the second set. Things have certainly turned around for them. It looked like the way this set started that Taylor and Wagner had all the momentum.
There you go. Go guys.
Well, you have to really tip your cap to Burdekin and Lapthorne. They had every opportunity to go away in the second set. They got down 3-2, but they are incredibly tough competitors, and they are starting to execute their strategy better than they have all match.
Certainly looks like we're headed to a third and final set. Unless Wagner and Taylor can mount a comeback here, down 5-3 in the second. Lapthorne serving for the British team against the Americans. Nick Taylor not happy with that call. Thought maybe it was wide or long.
Critical time to have some confusion over a call. Definitely not something that Taylor and Wagner want to get into their head, but almost unavoidable with the pressure of the score of the second set at 3-5.
That one out. Wagner and Taylor.
Go guys.
15-30.
And I can assure you that Taylor and Wagner do not want this to go 3. They're going to do everything they can to mount a comeback in this second set.
Lapthorne serving, looking right to that sun. High sky right now. He's been beating him up with that shot all day.
He's just sneaky. He slid over to Nick Taylor's side, and he could tell where that ball was going, executing an incredible drop half volley, and that's a difficult shot, Gordon.
The ace, 30-40 now. Big critical serve there for Andy Lapthorne, down 15-40.
And he really flattened that one out. That had a lot of pressure on it.
comes Burdekin and Lapthorne. Deuce, forcing another deuce here
Down
in this
15
match.
Down 15-40, bringing it back to deuce, and what an incredible time to do it when you're up 5-3. That's probably the right time to bring it back in this game.
That'll certainly slow down Taylor and Wagner. They had command of this game.
Good serve, good return.
And now advantage, Burdekin and Lapthorne, 1 point away from forcing a third set.
Executing a phenomenal angle to take Nick right into the fence.
They've really gone back to that. It seemed like they went away from that for a little while.
Let's see if Wagner attacks his second serve.
And there it is. Second set goes to Jamie Burdekin and Andy Lapthorne of Great Britain, 6-3, to tie this match up at 1 set apiece. They win over the Americans, Nick Taylor and David Wagner, in set number 2. And yep, forcing a third set.
This can't be a surprise to any of the folks that are here. This is historically a 3-set match. And really going to be interesting. In the second set, Burdekin and Lapthorne, plain and simply, as first set, especially towards the end, David Wagner took over. I'm really looking forward to seeing which side is going to play freely, aggressively, and try to play offense in this third set.
Yeah, I mean, what's made the difference? You know, in pool play, they faced each other a couple days ago. Burdekin and Lapthorne win 6-4, 6-2. Seemed pretty convincing.
Yes.
And now here we are neck and neck here in the finals, and we're going to the third set.
Yeah, and this is honestly what we're used to seeing. We're used to seeing an incredibly tight match. We're used to seeing 3 sets, a little bit of a roller coaster like it has been all day, not only in the games, but in the sets. You've seen both sides get up in a game, then come back to lose it. And so I really look forward to seeing both Jamie Burdekin and David Wagner looking to take over this match, coming inside the court, maybe even approaching the net, trying to force the other team into mistakes and get some winners in there.
So you think they really do have a chance here to take this match?
Are incredibly talented players, and the more they play together as a doubles team, the better they become. And you'll notice that at this point they're not retaping. They've got some momentum. They are ready to play tennis.
No,
there's no delay here. They want to get on the court.
This is interesting. We do see Lapthorne and Burdekin already back on the court. We saw after that first set, they took plenty of time. They retaped. You know, you don't know if is that strategy too, that maybe trying to change things up, and now they want to get right back to it. We want to keep this momentum going.
You know, it's tactically very smart. You know, they do have the momentum. They just won the set. We can see David Wagner is retaping, which means that he's going to get the sticky side of that tape onto his wheel and get a better push. It's good to see Nick Taylor and David Wagner talking right now. It's good to see them analyzing that second set. I know they're saying, hey, Nick, get the ball up, get the ball deep. I'm going to go in, and I'm going to put some balls away.
Yeah. So first set we saw, you know, a good 5, maybe it was 10 minutes. It seemed like the way it was between the first compared to now. About 30 seconds it seemed like for this one, and we're already into the third set right now.
First point, third set.
So quick break and the start of the third.
Great hands by Andy Lapthorne.
Boy, just coming up short into the net, and the energy of Burdekin and Lapthorne is evident out there.
Listen, this is what makes Jamie Burdekin and Andy Lapthorne such a good team. They took every punch that Nick Taylor and David Wagner offered. They got the ball back and put the pressure on them.
Nick Taylor serving for the American team. And tough shot up against the fence. No return possible. 15 all.
Well, if this is a sign of the tennis to come, it's all offense and all good. There's no mistakes so far. Both teams ready for this third set.
That's a good point. We haven't seen a lot of errors. It's just been good tennis.
Come on!
15-30.
Well, you can hear Jamie Burdekin vocalizing his excitement. Come on, and he's not only excited that they won the point, but he knows that he executed perfectly, getting that forehand to Nick Taylor's backhand.
You hear the supporters in the background. A lot of seats filled here for this Quad Masters final. Except for the seats that you would just get baked in. Right in the sun.
People already avoiding the sun. It's early and it's already a warm one.
Yeah, beautiful morning here in California. A couple minutes before noon here in Mission Viejo, California on Saturday. And that one long. 15-40.
And that's going to become a concern because the more nervous a wheelchair tennis player gets, the less they move the chair. Both sides have to stay aggressive with their hands when they're not hitting the ball.
And how big is this for Burdekin and Lapthorne to break?
It sends a big message.
Taylor serve. Boy, Wagner just a little hot on that shot. Long. And the first game goes to Lapthorne and Burdekin as they switch sides. So pace has picked up. The energy, you can feel a little more right now.
The pace of play, not just the balls being hit, but the time between points and the changeovers, it's speeding up. The guys are starting to feel the pressure of being in the third set in a doubles Masters final. And it's exciting tennis at the UNIQLO Doubles Masters right now. Need to see both teams keep their heads. Need to play their best tennis right now. This is their moment they've been training for the last year.
And if you're Taylor and Wagner, do you try to change the pace to your advantage? Seems like Lapthorne and Burdekin are just dictating everything right now.
They need to slow everything down. They need a momentum change.
Come on, boys.
And Burdekin and Lapthorne take the lead early in the second game of this third set, up 1-0 in the third set. And boy, we haven't seen Burdekin do that. Jamie Burdekin comes up. We've seen David Wagner with that shot, but Burdekin, perfect spot.
Hey, great execution by Jamie Burdekin. He doesn't do it often, but he makes a great decision when to push that forward to the net.
Second serve for Andy Lapthorne, 25-year-old from Middlesex, England.
It's a critical shot for Nick Taylor. Jamie Burdekin and Andy Lapthorne so far in this third set have been on offense, and Nick and David need to push them back.
And a shout from David Wagner as he gets the overhand.
Well, and the overhead on that one, you noticed earlier in the first game of the third set, he missed an easy one. And he let you know that he made that one with a big come on.
30 all. Up against the fence, another perfectly placed shot by Wagner and Taylor.
But here we Lapthorne get up in this game. Here, Taylor and Wagner with a game point.
30 serving, 40. And there they go, Wagner and Taylor winning.
We're now back at 1-0, and there was danger of 2-0. Wagner and Taylor were down. 3-11 that game, brought it back.
Right here, right now.
This is an important game, even though it's early. They're going to have to determine who's going to be on offense this match, and it's an opportunity for both teams to take over.
Big service moment here. David Wagner serving for the U.S. team. Wow, David Wagner having a stretch.
Well, what again, magic hands. And David Wagner actually took the time before he struck that ball to look and see where Andy Lapthorne was at the net. An amazing shot.
Perfect spot. Had to put it there. Out of the reach. And that one wide.
Wagner and Taylor doing a great job of communicating. Every point, every ball, switch, you really know where the other person is at all times.
Good point there by Lapthorne and Burdekin.
That's Jamie Burdekin's strength. Approaching to that forehand is dangerous because he can find the holes in the court. Incredibly long point
Wow,
there.
boy, that was a great point between these two, and just wide.
Burdekin may not be happy with the call. We're too far away to see it. But both sides keeping the ball deep, not giving the other side a chance to play offense. Look, we're seeing a really high level of tennis right now.
40-15. And long, and game goes to Taylor and Wagner, up 2-1 here in the third set.
And now we can
Boy.
start to hear the American crowd get into it. Now we're starting to hear some support for Taylor and Wagner. Puts a lot of pressure on Burdekin and Lapthorne, but they've been here before. They've both been to Mission Viejo before. We've seen enough momentum switches that up 1-0, down 2-1, Burdekin and Lapthorne are fine. Need to keep their heads together and just simply execute.
Yeah, and they broke the serve of Burdekin and Lapthorne to go up, or to even it at 1 apiece, and then they win their serve. So another huge point in this match for them to go up 2-1.
Really important for David Wagner's confidence. The serve determines so much of how you feel about the rest of your game. For David to come through and win a service game, I expect offensive from tennis from in this next changeover.
Go, David. Go, Nick.
You see Lapthorne coming out of the court first.
Andy Lapthorne ready to go. His partner looks like he's changing some tape. Jamie Burdekin quickly trying to, not as much time here in the middle of a set. Maybe he just got rid of some what he had on.
What the players will often do is take a layer of that tape off.
Right.
Again, the longer the points go, the longer the match goes, the sticky side of that tape that they use to push the chair dulls up. They've got to take a layer off and put a new one on almost every changeover.
Jamie Burdekin still working out some equipment issues off camera there, you can't see.
Well, this is always very interesting. Unique to wheelchair tennis, we actually have a rule that is called the mechanical timeout rule. The equipment, the chair is so critical, but if you come unprepared, you can be penalized. So you literally have 10 to 20 minutes to get a chair fixed. If you can't, that's a default.
Oh, okay. I was going to say you have to be concerned with mechanical issues. Something happens, and something breaks. And Jamie Burdekin to serve here. Down 2-1 in the third set of this championship match. And Burdekin with the shot and the winner, 15-love.
Burdekin's forehand is just a thing of beauty. Comes in, perfect topspin, perfect drive, perfect placement. It truly is a weapon for Jamie Burdekin.
And you see that tape on the racket hand. He's got the racket taped onto his hand. Talking about removing it, making sure it's just perfect. And a good shot down the line. 30-love.
Jamie Burdekin showed up to play this game. 2 forehand winners, 2 points.
Yeah, quick lead here in the 4th game of the 3rd set. Down 2-1. The ace.
Well, this is something you look for in a doubles team. They had just gotten down. The energy of Jamie Burdekin in this game, his own service game. We talked about Wagner getting some momentum from winning the service game. Burdekin has it right now.
We've seen that a couple times in this match. We've seen some great long points, some long games, and then we've seen a couple of quick ones. It's really changed a few things.
Excellent serve by Burdekin.
Burdekin not happy with that. Had time to return that one.
And that's actually what we call a mobility error. He didn't move his chair at all, let the ball come at him instead of reaching out for where he could extend. Tough to see from here, but Burdekin and Lapthorne arguing the call of a wide serve. Doesn't matter, second serve for Burdekin.
Hard shot goes over Taylor. And it is 2-2 now in the third set. This one's going to come down to...
Well, I think each of the 4 players is going to have to identify the role they're going to play in this third set. David Wagner, Jamie Burdekin have stepped up and said, okay, we're offense. We're going to try and force the other team. At 2-all, Taylor serving. Let's see who takes over this set.
And that one wide. Good idea. Lapthorne and Burdekin.
David Wagner just has a presence. Even when he doesn't put the ball away, he forces players to avoid him. That results in unforced errors, free points.
Little strategy talk. Taylor and Wagner back there for the Taylor serve. Again, right now the serve side, pretty tough. That sun. Live coverage here from Mission Viejo, California. And a good shot by Lapthorne. 15-all.
Andy Lapthorne did a great job of just pushing inside that baseline, attacking. Wheelchair tennis, if you can take away the time and space from the guys on the other side, you're going to win points.
Nick with a great shot there. 30-15 now.
Be interesting to see if Taylor and Wagner start to pick up. Andy Lapthorne has started to just sit. He's now moving his chair. That could result in some free points, and they're going to want to pick on that right now. Second unforced error in a row from Andy Lapthorne.
There it is.
Go, Nick! Come on, Nick! Go!
The win by Taylor and Lap, or the Taylor and Wagner, I should say. Taylor and Wagner with the win. Nick Taylor winning the serve.
And this is part of the reason that Taylor and Wagner have been winning for so long. They got 3 consecutive unforced errors from Andy Lapthorne. They didn't go away from it. They didn't allow Jamie Burdekin to see the ball. They went right at Andrew Lapthorne.
And they take a 3-2 lead here in the third set. Trying to win another title here at Mission Viejo. UNIQLO Wheelchair Doubles Masters Championship. Quads are first up today. Women will follow with their championship matchup. And then the men's later on this afternoon. Great day of tennis here at the Marguerite Tennis Pavilion here in Mission Viejo, California. Gordon Spencer and Dan James along with you with the broadcast. Glad you could join us live, streaming all over the world. But we only do one language, so we can't.
Yes, I could try it in a couple, but I'd be very unsuccessful, Gordon.
It's better just to watch and enjoy this beautiful afternoon.
Listen, we're going to be treated to another few games here at the Marguerite Tennis Pavilion. Third set, very close between Lapthorne and Burdekin, Taylor Wagner. Big service game for Andy Lapthorne.
Wagner Taylor won the first set 6-4, and Burdekin and Lapthorne came back and won the second set 6-3. And 3-2 Wagner Taylor here in the final set. And that shot in the corner.
Wonderful thing about doubles. You saw Jamie Burdekin and Andy Lapthorne talking on the changeover. Andy had just given away 3 consecutive unforced errors. Comes out for the next changeover. Boom, hits a forcing shot.
We've seen that done throughout the match. No team has really let down when they've had any kind of mistakes, had any kind of errors. They've been able to come back and fight through them. 15 all. And how critical is this one in this third set? Lapthorne Burdekin down 3-2.
Well, if they lose this game, they're down a break. And they're playing, Taylor and Wagner are playing with a lead. That's exactly where you want to be. You are in the driver's seat in the third set. It allows you more freedoms. So critical serving game for Andy Lapthorne.
Come on, guys.
And Gordon, that's the first time in about 5 points they've actually let Jamie Burdekin play. And the result wasn't great.
Nope. (30-15). Andy Lapthorne serving. Wow, what a shot by Jamie Burdekin.
And Jamie Burdekin finishes the point, a great forehand, but what set that up was the incredible play of Andy Lapthorne. Every ball he hit was deep and took Nick Taylor out of position until there was a short ball. Great play by both the Brits.
There you go, Nick.
There, Nick Taylor with the shot, the forehand winner.
Great defense by Taylor.
Another great point between these two. Lapthorne playing up, good shot, chance for Wagner, and he does put it away.
And that's just simply world-class tennis from both teams. There's movement, there's great hitting. It's simply world-class tennis.
And here we are at deuce here with Taylor and Wagner up 3-2. Lapthorne serving for the British. Another great point. We've seen a lot of them all afternoon. Boy, back and forth. And boy, Burdekin got to that shot, but hit it just long.
First time I've seen David Wagner look up in the crowd, fist pumping. There's definitely a transition of energy from it being equal to Wagner and Taylor feeling it.
Boy, the last couple have just gone back and forth. Both these teams fighting so hard. Boy, Wagner's just got the fire. He has got the fire right now. Wagner taking over in this match.
Well, Gordon, that's something we discussed earlier. Somebody on that court with 4 world-class tennis players has to take over the match. And right now, that person is David Wagner.
And it's 4-2, so they are 2 away from winning this title. Can Lapthorne and Burdekin, we've seen both teams come back on each other, but can they come back down 4-2? And the Wagner serve and how appropriate, how hot he has been right now. Playing for this team for Nick Taylor and David Wagner. Burdekin, nice move coming in.
This is why this rivalry is so amazing. Jamie Burdekin is not going to let this go. Andy Lapthorne is not going to let this go. I expect a great game from the Great Britain team. What a
Wow.
guess.
Oh, Burdekin into the net after a great point. 15 all here.
Chair umpire making a request, asking the crowd to stay quiet during the point, not to call out. It's tough when it's this exciting.
Yeah, the emotions.
Wagner Taylor down 15-30 in this critical 4-2 game.
Wagner taking his time. That one long. Second serve.
Tough shot by Burdekin.
Burdekin comes in and gets the line shot, the fist pump. 15-40 now. So a chance for Burdekin and Lapthorne to break the Wagner serve.
I can't say enough about the tenacity of this Great Britain team. Easily could have gone away at this 4-2 game, and they're just saying no way.
No.
They're here to play.
And there's a shot by Wagner, 30-40 now. Trying to fight their way back. David Wagner, an accident when he was 21 years old, playing Frisbee. Now in a chair. Has turned that into a very successful tennis career.
What a big serve at 30-40 down. A hard ball right into the body of Andy Lapthorne. Just couldn't get out of the way. Brings us right back to deuce. Great depth by Lapthorne.
Yep, and it paid off. Taylor can't return it. Advantage. And Burdekin. They were up 40-15 in this, and now they have the advantage here. Lapthorne and Burdekin.
Still in the point.
Wow. And they hold. Burdekin and Lapthorne able to win that game, and now down 4-3. They were up 40-15, almost lost that point, that game.
We're really starting to see both teams, when they get up in games, finish. Earlier, especially in the first set, we saw so many leads lost. Right now, both teams finishing, both teams playing great tennis. I can't say enough about David Wagner and Jamie Burdekin, the two offensive stars on both teams.
Yeah, now with the changeover on the odd number of games, getting a quick little break to water break. Think about maybe strategy, but both. You're right. Both teams, every player. I mean, they've had their moments. I mean, this is championship tennis. There's no doubt.
It is, and people need to understand that Andy Lapthorne and Nick Taylor, they're setup guys. And they're doing their job when the ball is deep, the ball is high, and they're giving their offensive partner a chance. And so many of these winners that Jamie Burdekin and David Wagner are hitting are simply being set up by the great play of their partner. It's what makes doubles so great.
Yeah, there's so much strategy. So much to be said with the positioning and like you said, communication. Even though they've played together, especially Taylor and Wagner, for so long, they still making sure they know where each other is and where they should be going.
Big game for Nick Taylor. Up 4-3, serving, needs to get a high percent. I'm sorry, Jamie Burdekin is serving, down 3-4.
And he starts things off with an ace. How many times have we seen this happen in the championship?
Jamie Burdekin is fearless. He plays with a fearless, reckless abandon, with incredible tenacity. Great player.
A forehand shot and the drop over. Wagner apologizes for using the net like that, not on purpose.
As a guy who's played some, he did apologize. I'm not sure he meant it. He's more than happy to take that point. But good offensive transition.
Boy, if you could plan that every time, it'd be a mean way to play, but it works. And there's another one. So Burdekin.
Jamie Burdekin finding the target he wants. He's able to hit that out wide to the Taylor backhand offense from the get-go.
Jamie Burdekin a bronze in the Beijing doubles. His partner won silver at the Paralympics 2012, and that one wide. Boy, the crowd has just continued to swell here too at Mission Viejo at the Marguerite Tennis Pavilion. They are on the edge right now, watching some amazing tennis. 4-3 in the third. Taylor and Wagner.
Short ball for Burdekin.
Comes in and just hits it long.
And David Wagner caught Jamie Burdekin a little out of position. He wasn't quite to the net yet. He still had to take that ball in the air. Good offensive ball strike by David Wagner.
30-40. And a good spot again. What a shot by Burdekin. Taylor just not able to get to it to force a deuce. Good spin on that. And long. Boy, you can see just the spin on those return shots, making it very tough for Nick Taylor, but he was able to come up and get those. And that one goes long.
And there are times when you're playing doubles where the best offense is a phenomenal defense. And Nick defended each one of those shots to keep he and his partner in the point. Add out.
Advantage Taylor and Wagner. And there's the yell, David Wagner and Nick Taylor coming together. And it's 5-3 here in the third. Nick Taylor, David Wagner, one game away from a doubles title here in Mission Viejo.
Burdekin and Lapthorne talking to each other right now, calming each other down, and trying desperately to stay in this third set.
Yeah, it's hard to say. The momentum, it's been so back and forth. And there's a big serve by Nick Taylor. He's had so many big serves in his career and been a champion so many times.
Well, Nick, historically, his serve has been consistent. Today, he's been an offensive server. Let's see if he can keep it up.
Serving from the feet. He's been clocked at 70 miles an hour with that serve before. What a get by Taylor. And just out of the reach of Burdekin. Boy, that's the first loud scream we've heard from Nick Taylor today. It's been Wagner, but Taylor lets out the big scream on the serve. They're up 30-love, now 2 away.
Well, and Nick will give you that big guttural come on when the points are big, when he's really excited. 30-love, up 5-3.
He just saves the energy, that's all.
Absolutely.
For the end. Wow, Burdekin screams across the net and says, I can do it too.
Gordon, I feel like I'm in a boxing match.
Oh.
They're delivering body blows. Nick drove a ball right at Jamie. Jamie just stuck his hands up. Incredible tennis here at the UNIQLO Doubles Masters.
The emotions have just really cranked up. The crowd is in every point right now, 30-15.
What a get.
Now, the shot by Wagner, and Burdekin returns it long. It's 40-15, now a point away from the championship.
2 championship points, and David Wagner looks like a hawk when he sees that ball short. He's just coming in, he's attacking it. Match point.
And what a return. They're not giving up. Jamie Burdekin.
Incredible to see. Down match point. Burdekin steps it up. He doesn't back up. Steps it up. Match point number 2.
And there it is, the title. The title goes to Nick Taylor and David Wagner of the USA. 6'4", 3'6", 6'3", over Andy Lapthorne and Jamie Burdekin.
What an incredible match. And this was not a match based on mistakes, based on bad tennis. Both sides, Burdekin and Lapthorne, Taylor Wagner, phenomenal quad tennis. Best in the world.
And we've seen it here today, and you're right, we did not see anyone making a lot of mistakes. It was just good tennis back and forth. So many lead changes. Nothing lopsided as they have to retrieve the racket of Nick Taylor out there. I don't know if that one's going to be used again.
I'm not sure that at this moment he's too worried about that racket.
I think he's got a few more in the bag.
We're pretty excited about the successful win, the championship. And Gordon, this is what makes Taylor and Wagner the dominant team. The shifts, the changes, they plain and simply find a way to win the big match. It never ceases to amaze me, being down match points, losing a set. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. These guys find a way to win.
Oh, what a great moment there. They were grabbing the selfie. Wagner and Taylor.
Make sure they can remember the moment.
I would imagine there's a few other photographers out there taking care of that, but they take a moment to grab selfies here at this big championship. And boy, we talked about how great this was. I mean, just some great tennis. I mean, the turning point, it's hard to pinpoint anything because it was so back and forth between these two. But it seemed like in that final game, boy, Nick Taylor just decided this is ours.
Listen, serving out a match in a championship like this is one of the hardest things a tennis player can ever do. The nerves are there. I don't care how long a player's been playing, the nerves are rumbling, and it's difficult to follow through and win that match, especially when you're the one serving. Nick Taylor did a phenomenal job, but more important for the entire match today, all four players were incredible, and this was a great display of professional wheelchair tennis. To watch the momentum shifts. The entire match was a roller coaster. To watch Taylor and Wagner go, to watch Burdekin and Lapthorne go, fantastic.
Yeah, I mean, back and forth, each other down a number of times in the matches. They broke serve. But boy, like I said, when it counted, it seemed like, you know, the champions, Nick Taylor and David Wagner, just able to always find that little extra at the end.
But they executed what they needed to do. Nick Taylor did an incredible job of defense and keeping the ball deep. And that opens up the entire court for David Wagner. And as the match progressed, that pattern went more and more to their advantage. And so they were able to execute the strategy they've been using for 11 years. You know, 7 U.S. Open Grand Slam titles, Australian Open titles, and now one more UNIQLO Doubles Masters title.
Yeah, 3 years here, right? And they're back and winning again. And how do we top this match? We've got 2 more. We got the women's coming up, and then the men's later.
Yeah, I'm already worn out. So Gordon, you're on your own for the rest of the day.
Thank you.
No,
Thank you.
absolutely not. The all 3 divisions offer unique wheelchair tennis doubles, and I think it's an incredibly entertaining product. And I look for all of the matches to be that good. The next match coming up are 2 teams that have won the calendar year Grand Slam, all 4 Grand Slams, and they're going against each other. I mean, we can't ask for better matchups.
No, absolutely. You want to stay around for sure. We've got the women's doubles coming up right away, and then we got of course, the award ceremony first.
The award ceremony, which I need to go down and
you need to go
and help
okay.
out with.
All right, we're going to
interview the guys.
We're going to excuse Dan James. He's got to head down to the court. We'll send him down there, and we'll keep it around as the crowd here is waiting for that award ceremony to happen. And of course, we will bring that to you. We'll have Dan get some interviews with some of these champions here today. Again, Nick Taylor, David Wagner, beating Jamie Burdekin and Andy Lapthorne. And we'll take a pause here, and we'll be back with the awards very shortly. Stick with us.
your backdrops changing, and each new day brings more confines. Be wary of civil dangers, and with whom your peace aligns. Leave them all to the trappings they choose, values on what one may win or lose. I can't discern between the two, but with no God above, guess we all stuck with the things we love. Be your own saving grace. Tip your head, take your place, shine on, show peace of mind. Grasp all you can, keep all you can find.
Next up, we would like to thank the Heirs Hotel here in Mission Viejo. The next supporting sponsor is ESP. Next, we'd like to thank the USTA, the United States Tennis Association. Next, we have the title sponsor, UNIQLO. Next up, we'd like to thank the support of the Mission Viejo Activities Committee. Next, we'd like to thank the sponsorship of the Fang family. We appreciate the support of HDR. And last but not least, we'd like to thank the support of the Southern California Tennis Association. Without their support, this event would not have been possible, so we thank you very much. Oh, there's a net. Now, Mr. Dan James will continue on with the announcing the winners and the finalists of the event.
Ladies and gentlemen, we will now commence the prize-giving ceremony for the UNIQLO Wheelchair Tennis Doubles Quad Final. Please welcome on court some special guests who will be helping with the player awards and gifts. Here with us today we have Katrina Adams, President of the USTA and Vice President of the ITF Board of Directors. Mr. Mitz Minova from UNIQLO, the title sponsor of the event. Wendy Bucknam, City Council Member, City of Mission Viejo. And Stephen Hood from ESP, international sponsor of the event. And now for the players. Please make some noise for our runners-up, Jamie Burdekin and Andy Lapthorne. And last, but certainly not least, please give a big round of applause for our 2015 UNIQLO Wheelchair Tennis Doubles Masters champions, Nick Taylor and David Wagner. Mr. Manoa would like to present Jamie Burdekin and Andy Lapthorne with their well-deserved prize money check. Katrina Adams will also like to present some flowers to the players. Now, on to our winning doubles team. Katrina Adams will present Nick Taylor and David Wagner with the UNIQLO Wheelchair Tennis Doubles Masters Perpetual Trophy. Mr. Manoa, please kindly present our players with their prize money check. The players will also receive individual trophies, which they can keep to remember this special day. Wendy Bucknam, will you please do the honors? Katrina Adams will also like to present some flowers to the players. And slightly off script, that was a phenomenal tennis match. How about a big round of applause for our runners-up, Jamie Burdekin, Andy Lapthorne. And one last huge round of applause to our champions, Mr. David Wagner and Mr. Nick Taylor. Don't go away, folks. We have the women's final coming right up.
if you're changing can't include me, it was a matter of time and fear. 'Cause I hear most regularly, like the turning of the year, that young men getting older grow sincere and much understand if I can't hold you. I won't shed the tears I'll cry. But would you steal from a dying man love from an outstretched hand if it upsets no prior plan to grieve me? Yeah, oh, don't let your goodbye stand, and don't let your goodbye stand, and don't let your goodbye stand. You can have the better of me at your game and at your rules. I'll concede to labels gladly as your one affection cools. But don't put me out to pasture, then you're lying eyes to me. And true, it just won't last, your borrowed time assuages need. Tell me about your brand new loom and your shopping trips to town, but don't let conversations leave no room to turn your head around. Then you steal from a dying man love from an outstretched hand, upsets no prior plan to grieve me. And don't let your goodbye stand, and don't let your goodbye stand, and don't let your goodbye stand. With me, the ones I'll gain with you, but your waning footsteps sadly indicate your changing view. As you steal from a dying man love from an outstretched hand, if it upsets no prior plan to grieve me. And don't let your goodbye stand, and don't let your
Hang on. You can't hear me. All right, welcome back. Chair Doubles Masters, just getting set for the women's doubles final. Yui Kamiji and Jordanne Whiley in the far court there, and then Jiske Griffioen and Aniek van Koot playing in the near court, warming up right now. And Dan James joins me. I'm Gordon Spencer, and Dan, Paralympic coach. You know these players very well. We're set for another good match. We just saw a great quad final, and now the women's final is just going to be as exciting.
And the excitement about this match is you have two teams that have actually won the calendar year Grand Slam at the majors. So each team in a calendar year has won the Australian Open, the French Open, Wimbledon, and the US Open. This has become the rivalry in women's wheelchair tennis. And it's no surprise that both teams got through pool play. It's no surprise that this is our final 2015 UNIQLO Doubles Masters.
And Whiley have won here twice straight in 3 years. Griffioen and Van Koot.
Yeah, and they've just chosen the last few years not to come. And so I was talking to Jiske earlier, who was a good friend of mine, and Jiske said, this is my first year here, and I was shocked. She's too good a player not to have played here. But this makes it really exciting, and to have the best players right here in Mission Viejo, California, wow, makes for exciting tennis.
Yeah, I mean, advantage, disadvantage when they have not played here at all yet, when coming against the team that knows this area, knows this place. Perhaps a small edge?
It might be a small edge. The level of experience with both of these teams is overwhelming. You are surrounded by singles and doubles Grand Slam winners. So we're talking about the most experienced players in the world. This is going to come down to who's going to play the best today. Who's going to execute a strategy because they are so close in ability.
And you've got Jordanne Whiley from Great Britain and Yui Kamiji of Japan, and there you see Yui right there. She's a lefty. Now, how does that play into playing as a doubles team?
Well, it's really interesting because both sides have a righty, both sides have a lefty. Very unusual match. One lefty on the court. They've played each other enough that they simply have to determine who do I want to hit the ball to, where do I want to hit it right now, because all four players on the court today are incredibly strong.
Well, we expect there's a good look at Whiley of Great Britain, 23 years old. Kamiji, her partner, 21 years old. So a very young crew out here. Van Koot, 25 years old, and Jiske Griffioen, 30 years old, as they finish their warm-ups. Now the final moments here before the beginning of this Women's Doubles Championship, UNIQLO Wheelchair Doubles Masters here at the Marguerite Tennis Pavilion in Mission Viejo, California. And what a beautiful setting this is for this whole week of tennis.
Listen, Gordon, I'm coming from Seattle. I haven't looked lately, but I'm pretty sure it's raining. And so to be in the sun of Southern California at one of the most beautiful tennis centers in the country. The Marguerite Tennis Pavilion is incredible. It's a public facility, which is amazing. It is absolutely fantastic. It's a great setting for world-class tennis.
Yeah, and the weather's been a little up and down here, but this week has just been perfect, and the finals day is fantastic here as we approach the early afternoon, and Aniek van Koot will serve to start this championship match at just about 1:15 local time here in California. We're streaming this live. Hopefully folks enjoying it all over the world.
Right off the line.
Wow, well, Dan, if that's any indication, wow, what a first point to start this match.
I'm shaking my head right now, Gordon, because for a first point, all four players should be a little nervous. That is outstanding tennis.
Everybody in on the action, everybody making great shots, and just that winner right down the middle. that one out. So 30 love for Van Koot and Griffioen.
Good start for Aniek van Koot serving. Sometimes has some nerve problems at the beginning of a match and is really performing quite well. The Dutch team of Van Koot and Griffioen are made up of Aniek with a huge forehand. Jiske Griffioen will be coming to the net with a 1-2 punch combination.
And that one into the net. 40 love so far for Griffioen and Van Koot here in the first set, first game.
Great defense by Kamiji.
And what a shot there. Good spot by Yui Kamiji. Putting it deep. Baseline shot. Winner 40-15 now.
And Yui Kamiji is the interesting player in this foursome because she is the defensive specialist. Keeping balls in play, hitting the defensive shot to keep her team into the point.
Wow, what a shot by Whiley. Whiley, backhand, right between the two.
Jordanne Whiley's had a great year this year. She won her first singles title at a Grand Slam at the U.S. Open, continues to take championships with Yui Kamiji as her partner. Her confidence is skyrocketing on this tour.
They faced each other 6 of the last 7 Grand Slam finals. Kamiji and Whiley winning 5. And game to Van Koot and Griffioen. 1 game to none as they switch sides, odd games.
The Dutch duo needs to stay on offense. If it comes down to number of balls in play, Whiley and Kamiji have the advantage. Both Aniek and Jiske can strike the ball. They can create off. If they're going to win this match, they have to be the offensive team.
Now we see them on the Sun side. We saw, these are little details, but Kamiji and Whiley have the visors on, and now Griffioen, Van Koot over on the Sun side, looking right into that sun.
And it's bright today, as we mentioned earlier. There's no ceiling, no clouds, so it's very hard to get a judge on how high the ball is and where it is in the air. A let is called. We'll play a first serve.
Just long.
15 love.
15 love now. Yui Kamiji serving. Started playing when she was 11 years old. A veteran 10 years later.
30 love.
And it's 30 love quickly.
And Yui Kamiji has really developed as a player. For years, she simply hit topspin lobs. She couldn't drive the ball. She's added offense to her game, and that's led to championships.
A long future ahead of her.
Absolutely. Incredible chair work.
Wow. Boy, what a point. There's no 2 bounces between these 2 teams. That's the only thing that's allowed here in wheelchair tennis, but we're not seeing that. I mean, just incredible.
In wheelchair tennis, the ball can bounce twice. The first bounce has to be in the court. The second bounce can be anywhere. But with the movement, at least for today, I don't expect a lot of two-bounce tennis.
Second serve for Whiley, or Kamiji, I should say.
X. 40-15.
Very difficult for a wheelchair tennis player to pick up that second bounce on a short hop. Very tough to control and often leads to unforced errors.
And the ace and the game as Kamiji wins her.
If we're going to see Yui Kamiji hitting aces, hitting ground stroke winners, it's going to be a challenge for Griffioen and Van Koot. That's not her game. Her game is that solid, long points staying in play.
And 15 love right down the middle.
Would encourage everyone watching at home to, on occasion, just pick one player and watch them move. Wheelchair mobility is a little different than what you see with standing players, and to see the turns, the way players turn their back to the court in order to stay in points, it's a lesson just to watch one player.
Yeah, I should mention, you know, the chairs, obviously, they're custom. They have the wheelie bars out on the front and the back, and then, of course, the camber wheels, just to allow them to spin so quickly around and maneuver. And that one out.
These players are moving so fast that if it's not cambered, they're going to have an issue falling over.
They can spin 360, no problem. But you can tell the skills in these chairs are just unbelievable. And that one, tough one for Van Koot to try to go down and get that one.
Gordon, these players make it look easy, but they spend hours upon hours training, both on and off the court. There's enough repetitions in their tennis game to make it look effortless.
I know, 5-6 days a week, hours every day, practice, that one long.
It's the modern requirement of a Paralympic athlete to be a professional athlete. Sports science, training, these athletes are doing what every other professional athlete is doing to be the best.
And they have to throw in the chair skills. I mean, they have to become so proficient. To the net and just out. Boy, Jiske came up, tried to drop that in, but she hits it just wide.
It's a fantastic doubles move, though. Jiske is probably the best net player on the court right now. She needs to be a presence inside that blue court.
That one just on the line. And deuce now. Good game number 3 here as we've gone to deuce for the first time in the match.
Barely got that.
A nice pickup by Jiske on that one. Oh, Whiley just approached the net and just off the racket and out. Jiske, nice shot.
Fantastic doubles move by Whiley. She needs to go out there. She needs to be an offensive presence. But that high ground stroke at the wheelchair tennis net player, almost impossible to defend.
Double fault. Back to deuce now. Jiske Griffioen. Trouble with that toss, and again, we keep talking about the sun and the sky, but boy, that toss on that side, not easy for those players. And long.
Advantage, Whiley.
Kamiji and Whiley making a very important strategic decision. They are transitioning inside the court. They are trying to take away the time and space for the Dutch duo. This could be an important development in this match.
And Kamiji and Whiley winning the third game, up now 2-1 in the first set as they will switch sides. That one went to deuce. Whiley Kamiji able to break the serve.
And it's good to see both Whiley and Kamiji playing well. In interviews earlier this week, Whiley was concerned about how she was playing, concerned about the level of play, and incredibly thankful to Yui Kamiji for helping her get through pool play. From what we've seen today, she's having no problems. She's ball striking well, she's moving well. Aniek and Jiske are really going to have to lift their game up.
Well, I would think too, as a doubles team, you have to be able to do those types of things. If one player is just not on, that other player has to be there to pick you up at different times, and vice versa. You know, you always got to be, you hope you're both on at the same time and playing both your game, but there's going to be times when it doesn't happen.
And that's almost impossible. And that's why your doubles partner is so critical in your emotional health as a tennis player, because you ride a roller coaster. And your partner is there to make it as smooth as possible. Both of these teams are not only doubles partners, but they're close friends. And you'll see a very positive relationship on both sides.
And how do you come together as a Kamiji and a Whiley? You know, you got Japan and you've got Great Britain. What's the magic to bring these two together?
Our professional wheelchair tennis tour is 170 tournaments on 6 continents, and there's really not enough prize money for us to go around with entourages. So we live together, we eat together. It's almost like we're all going to college together, and you find friends fast.
And then you just pair up and find that chemistry.
You find the chemistry. Who do I play best with? Who matches my game style? And clearly both sets have definitely found that right partner.
Whiley serving. Boy, that got in on her so fast. What a shot by Jiske.
I sensed some anger after dropping that serve and that forehand.
It had some fire to it.
Well struck.
And boy, when it's in on you, there's just no way to make the move to defend that.
Great defense.
Wow, another high intensity point between these two pairs. And just out.
Van Koot and Griffioen sending a barrage of forehand bombs at Kamiji and Whiley, and just great defense. They actually turned defense into offense and won that point.
30-15.
30-15, that one sails wide. Jiske Griffioen back there against the fence, playing deep. Van Koot to receive the serve. Oh boy, what a drop shot that is, and what a get. Oh, just off the racket the wrong way, Van Koot, but wow. Did we see some great play in that one?
It is amazing how much court all four players are covering right now. The amount of pushing, the sprinting. But so far, Kamiji and Whiley are showing no holes. If you're on offense, they're getting it back. And then they're attacking you.
Hey, Whiley. What a game that was. 2-2 now in the first set. And here we go. As the back and forth battle is lining up here in this first set.
Chair umpire has made a small mistake, giving the game to Van Koot and Griffioen, where it actually did go to Whiley and Kamiji, so it is currently 3-1 for Kamiji and Whiley.
Right. Yeah, I heard that call out, and I thought, wait a minute. But you never argue with the chair umpire. You don't do that.
Well, you're not supposed to, Gordon.
Well,
however,
in this case,
it's been known to happen.
So 3-1, Whiley and Kamiji. I had some fire on it, that forehand.
And it did go out, but it certainly sends a message. And Aniek van Koot hits the ball hard.
There's a good placement on that shot.
Really important for Van Koot and Griffioen to make offensive transitions. If they sit behind the baseline and try to hit through the other team, they are not going to win. They have to get inside that baseline.
Van Koot first serve long. Started when she...
Just long.
Well, that was just long. 30-15 now.
You're mentioning when Van Koot started. Right now, I met before they were teenagers.
Oh.
That either means I'm old or they've been playing a long time.
They're all pretty young, but all of them have played about a decade at least already. And you can see with the play out here. 40-15 now.
It might be a good idea for Van Koot and Griffioen to start to pick on Whiley just a little bit. She's more likely to give you the unforced error. There's a danger. She's also more likely to give you the big winner. Great serve.
And quickly, Van Koot, Griffioen, what a nice comeback for them. Now 3-2 in the first set. They're down 1.
I would have been really surprised if they would have gone down 4-1. They're just too good of a team to fall down that quickly. Come up with a new strategy to get through Kamiji and Whiley. Kamiji and Whiley are playing exceptional defense, and they can't continue to try to hit through them.
And to win a serve that quickly. I mean, down 3-1, and boom, they come back and win that on their serve very quickly.
And it's really important to understand that in wheelchair tennis, the serve isn't always the advantage. Because of the lower sitting position, the fact that you have to hit up on the ball and you can't hit it hard and down at the opponent, there are times that the returner has the advantage.
Yeah, you can see, but they've been so consistent so far. As we said, 3-2 now. 3-2 here in this first set, best of 3. And we saw the quads a little bit ago, and we saw how good of tennis that was and how far those games and how deep those sets went.
Well, and we're looking at the potential for the same thing here. This is easily the best rivalry in women's tennis. And so I look forward to a nonstop battle out here between the two best teams in the world.
And we're just getting started here, and now switching sides on the odd games.
The last service game Kamiji had, she actually served offensively. Important for her to have a high percentage of first serves so that the Dutch team can't attack her.
The lefty is set to serve. Nice backhand by Van Koot. Tough get. Van Koot had to reach up and try to get that one just off the top of the racket. 15 love.
Yui Kamiji from Japan definitely imparts the most spin on the ball. So if she hits that ball high, it's going to jump up and towards the back of the fence.
That one just out. Glad you could join us for this live coverage of the women's doubles, UNIQLO Wheelchair Doubles Masters, Mission Viejo television production. And that one was out.
And there's a strategy we're looking at for Griffioen and Van Koot. Driving the ball deeper towards Whiley, forcing her back to force an error or a short ball. Either one is acceptable, but they want to force Jordanne Whiley to do something with that ball.
$15 Boy, that shot by Jiske Griffioen. The difference, and Kamiji had to play a little defense on that. That's why it went long.
And Griffioen did a great job of approaching the net and finishing. She's definitely an offensive player, and if she's there, she's going to try and end that point. Right off the frame for Whiley, a little frustration on the face, but still right in it.
Comes up short. Griffioen and Van Koot come up with the game, tie it at 3 here in set number 1.
Important observation for a recreational tennis player, and that is what Jiske Griffioen has done to take over that sixth game. She didn't hit winners. She hit deep. She hit right at a player and forced them to make unforced errors. And even at the professional level, that's great tennis.
Jiske Griffioen will serve, a 30-year-old from Amsterdam. And she darts off with a nice serve and ace to go up 15 love. So you've known her since she was a little one, huh?
We've had a great opportunity with a lot of these players. As mentioned before, we're really a family. And I've done international camps with most of the players out here.
That one wide. Yeah, should mention you're with the USTA and Paralympics coach, so you do have a lot of experience with these players and around them all the time.
Well, we've been around, our staff's been around long enough that we've watched most of these players develop. We remember them before they were professionals. And it's very gratifying to see each of them have their success regardless of where they're from.
And Koot backhand into the net, 15-30 now.
We're seeing a pattern develop on the Dutch side. Aniek van Koot, 2 loose errors. Again, probably the hardest hitter on the court, but 3 points are at potential every time you hit it to her.
Catches the line, and Koot stays with it. What a shot by Whiley. Oh boy, right where it needed to go. Van Koot just couldn't return that when Whiley was on fire at that point.
That whole point was set up by a slicing, knifing backhand right down the middle, opened up a forehand for Jordanne Whiley. She's looking at her strings, she's concentrated, looking to stay on the offense.
He's 30-40 now. They're battling back.
Important service point for Jiske Griffioen. Really needs to get a first serve in, put the pressure on the returning team, take it off of her.
David, Kamiji, Whiley. Kamiji and Whiley lead.
And Kamiji, Whiley take a 4-3 lead here in set number 1.
We're starting to have a little bit of a lull in energy, and that goes advantage to Kamiji Whiley. They play a less offensive style. Very important for Aniek van Koot, Jiske Griffioen to raise the energy, start to push more. Really critical. They have an opportunity in every point to attack. They've been more successful when Jiske Griffioen has come forward, and I'm looking for more offensive play from the Dutch duo.
Yeah, I mean, tight so far. Whiley, Kamiji, with the advantage right now early, but like you said, Van Koot and Griffioen, they're staying right there every point.
And they know each other so well that this is going to be another roller coaster match. Much like the quad final before this, the score is going to go back and forth. And they're going to have tides of momentum. The important thing for each team is to maintain energy, to not let them roll off 3 or 4 games, maybe just 1 or 2.
Time.
And now teams will come back on the court now. Time has been called on the changeover as we get ready. Every odd game, switching sides here. So now Whiley and Kamiji will be on the sun side, facing the sun.
Whiley to serve. Important game to hold for Whiley and Kamiji.
Heard some energy coming from the Van Koot Griffioen side there.
First sign of verbal frustration coming from Jiske Griffioen, and they're starting to feel it.
All.
15 all here.
And this first set has really been double fault free. That's one of the first ones I can recall, which is good serving from all 4 players.
Yeah. Like I said, a little dip in the energy from when it started. Maybe teams just kind of being a little timid, trying to figure each other out.
This is a very important championship in the middle of the year, and both sides will feel that tension. And while it looks like a lull in energy, it's a little bit of nerves. It's a little bit being afraid and having to get out there and go after it.
Oh,
left court.
What a grab by Whiley. Wow. That's a good point. Whiley just into the net, but everybody participating in that point.
And everybody going into the court, out of the court, inside the baseline, back to the fence. Exciting tennis. Exciting tennis here at the Marguerite Tennis Mill. backhand slice display in this point.
Jiske Griffioen, there's no panic when they approach some of these shots. You think maybe they're not going to be able to get to this shot. But they get in there, the timing is perfect.
So fast and so confident as they approach the net.
Again, Griffioen, Van Koot. 4 games solved.
4-4.
First set.
Another quick one here in the first set. It's like who's going to tip whose hand first here.
Well, they're taking turns on who's on offense, which is fairly typical in this matchup. Jiske and Aniek did a great job this last point of keeping 5 to 6 balls in every single point, but all of them were offensive.
Van Koot serving.
Love 15.
And then double. Van Koot not happy with the double fault. Love 15 start.
Always tough to start a service game down love 15, knowing that it was a double fault. But again, there have not been a lot this first set. I expect her to remain confident. First serve in.
Kamiji. Oh, what an attempt by Kamiji to get to that ball. It was as far away as she had to go to get that. Almost got it in.
She was so close. That head was down and she was just pushing and firing those arms. Made it, but couldn't quite get it back in play. Incredible point from the Dutch women. Circling, so each one could continue to hit forehands and pound the ball at Kamiji and Whiley. Van Koot and Griffioen doing a great job of staying on offense this entire changeover. They are dictating the entirety of play.
30-15. Boy, Jiske Griffioen tried to charge that and drop it over the net.
Ball just dropped below the level of the net. Hard to bring that back up when you're hitting hard. But again, the right move. That was an offensive move and good tennis from Griffioen. Just didn't quite work out.
30 all. Oh. Boy, Van Koot had a nice forehand and then a long backhand there. Now it's 30-40.
The defense of Yui Kamiji is special. Van Koot just fired a huge forehand, and Yui didn't blink. Just brought it right back and put Van Koot out of position.
Game.
And the game ends on the double fault, so tough
Fault change, please.
serving there for
Wiley,
Van
fault
Koot
change,
as it goes
4-6.
5-4 now, Wiley Kamiji. So a couple double faults there by Van Koot. Now they're down.
Aniek van Koot just hit a practice serve,
Yeah.
most likely in frustration. Very important for Van Koot and Griffioen to let that go. They have a great chance to break serve, but Kamiji and Whiley are doing a fantastic job of transitioning defense to offense. Easily the best team in the world in women's doubles at doing that. And Van Koot and Griffioen need to find a way to kind of break that barrier. They need to get some free points from that team.
You're watching UNIQLO Wheelchair Doubles Masters. This is the women's championship match. It's 5-4 in the first. Whiley and Kamiji. Yui Kamiji of Japan. Jordanne Whiley of Great Britain up over the team from the Netherlands, Jiske Griffioen and Aniek van Koot at the Marguerite Tennis Pavilion here in Mission Viejo, California.
Time.
And now they'll switch sides. Whiley set here. They will be on serve.
And both teams talking on that changeover, probably trying to find that strategy. Griffioen and Van Koot to stay in it, but I know that Jordanne Whiley, Yui Kamiji, they want to finish this. They want a high percentage of first serves, and they want to keep the pressure on that Dutch duo to get some unforced errors.
Kamiji will serve for the set. Up 5-4.
New balls.
A reach by Van Koot, and that one out.
Love 15.
Oh, Van Koot coming back with a nice shot there. Love 15 started off.
A nice job by Van Koot of keeping her composure after that service game. She's ready to play, coming out of a tough game.
Oh,
Great hit.
oh wow. Whiley coming up, making the shot, dropping it in. 15 all.
And that transition for Jordanne Whiley was critical. Big game, got to help her partner out with some offense. Came to the net, beautiful volley.
And Van Koot had to spin around quickly on that one on the backhand. Into the net, 30-15 now. Oh, up against the fence, just not tough.
And you saw Aniek van Koot look over. She knows it was a lucky
Yeah.
shot. Down 5-4. A little frustrating. But again, the duo of Whiley and Kamiji just keep working. And it's nonstop. There's no misses. There's no free points. Kamiji serving for the set.
Oh, into the net, Whiley. So 40-30 now. And Koot and Griffioen. So again, Kamiji serving for the set. Jiske coming to the net. Now she retreats.
Ouch.
And that's out. to deuce.
And that's the experience of the Dutch team. Down a set point, still willing to swing out. There's no tibbedness, there's no tension. They're going to play their game regardless of score, which is going to make this a tight match.
And down 40-15 now to deuce here.
Okay, so you guys are still working on that? Okay, she wanted me to give her a call back. You got it?
An advantage now, Van Koot and Griffioen. They get a chance to tie this at 5.
That's quite a turnaround. The momentum up 40-15, 2 set points. A little easier on Kamiji Whiley. Now the pressure's on them to hold here.
Quick turnaround in this potential set winner. And that one sails wide out. Deuce, back to deuce now.
Still very important for Griffioen and Van Koot to get inside that baseline. They cannot hit it through Kamiji and Whiley. They have to take away the court space.
And in the net, so now advantage back to Kamiji and Whiley. Now they are a point away from winning this first set. Up 40-15, and then they were down in the deuce.
Great get.
Right in the sun for Van Koot. And long, back to deuce we go.
And the Dutch are not going to make this easy for Kamiji and Whiley. Beautiful topspin ball over Wiley's head. This is going to be a dogfight to get this first set.
Back to deuce, Kamiji serves. And Van Koot. So Van Koot again, and Griffioen back with the advantage here.
And this could be a really long day if this game keeps going like this.
5-4 in the first. Whiley Kamiji had a chance to close out this first set. Griffioen and Van Koot will not go away. And the game after the double fault. Van Koot, Kamiji. Griffioen, I should say, yeah.
We've seen this the last 2 games. Last 2 games, we've seen the game end on a double fault. These are world-class players that, even though they've been playing all over the world for several years, the tension can still get to them. There's so much pressure in this championship.
So now Jiske Griffioen will serve.
Gordon, I don't know if it's possible, but that sun looks tougher than it has all day so far.
No, I think for that side, it's starting to sort of mid-afternoon here. Of course, we had the time change just a week ago, so that sun lower and lower here. Just about 2 o'clock in California. That's long. Love 30 now, quickly, Kamiji and Whiley.
I can't tell you how many times I've seen players and teams save set points, fight back to even, and then have a mental letdown. Be interesting to see how Griffioen and Van Koot finish this game out.
And again, tough on the first serve, trying to get that first serve in.
Short ball.
And the winner, Kamiji, love 40 now. Trying to go up 6-5 here in the first. Kamiji decided to let that one go twice. She thought about it. Hard hitting going on now. Good forehand, nice backhand, Whiley. Well, along, Whiley tried to put a little something extra behind it. Wanted that winner.
With all the hard hitting coming from the Dutch side, I think Jordan just wanted to let them know I can play this game too. I'm not afraid to hit a forehand hard, and they have some points to spare.
15-40.
And right there you have it.
And the game. Kamiji, a nice forehand. 6-5 in the first set.
Well, we're lucky enough to be watching another incredible final where the momentum is like a tennis match. It just keeps going back and forth, back and forth. And these teams know each other so well that when one starts to get some momentum, the other side knows exactly how to defend against that.
Yeah, it's been a good first set so far.
Yeah, it really has.
And,
I think.
Yeah.
Please. I mean, we've seen two things. We've seen the barrier that Kamiji and Whiley put up. No matter how hard you hit at them, if you don't move forward, they're not going to miss. But on the other side, you've seen incredible hitting and movement from Griffioen and Van Koot, the offensive team, and in two different styles, and great tennis.
Yes, and we have a special guest, very special guest that's joining us right now, a man responsible for a lot of what's going on today. Brad Parks, a pleasure to have you with us right now.
Thank you. Good to be here.
Brad, I know, boy, it's been just a couple of years since you created this game of wheelchair tennis. Talk about just how it's grown and what you think about just what you've done with the sport.
Well, it's been a couple of years, 40 years, I think, or almost 40 years.
Yeah, I just said a few.
Don't want to age myself, but yeah, it's fantastic to see where the sport is today. The players have improved so much, the equipment, it's just, it's great to see such fantastic events like this one.
Whiley serving now. Whiley Kamiji up 6-5.
Great offense by Griffioen, coming forward, attacking the ball. Brad Parks, who actually was an early mentor of mine some 20-odd years ago, gave so much back to the game. What's it like to see
this? I mean, what was the motivation? What was the reason to pick something like this, to keep it going?
I was in the hospital. I'm trying to think of what I can do. The doctor said I'm never going to walk again. I thought, well, what can I do? And I really wanted to learn to become a better tennis player. And I thought, well, maybe I can play in a wheelchair. So I just thought I'd give it a try. And then after I tried it the first couple of days, I loved it. And I thought, well, I'm going to give myself a year to see if it's really possible. Kind of went from there.
Well, as a guy who's got a Paralympic gold medal and was #1 in the world for a long time, I'm going to tell you right now it was possible.
Yeah, three-time major champion, amazing.
I just wanted to see how good a person in a wheelchair could get. And I loved coaching and teaching other people and getting other people to enjoy the love of this game that I did. And it's in great hands today. Thank you.
15-40 now, so we're headed for the tie break perhaps.
Well, the changes in momentum continue to happen, and we're seeing the returners really start to go on offense, starting to move forward into the court and put the pressure from the get-go on the serving team.
Man, that one wide. 6-all. We head to the tie break now.
It is absolutely amazing to watch the Dutch team. And it's a style that the entire country plays. It's the way they're trained. They find a way to hit an offensive forehand more than any other players in the country or in the world. They really create offense out of tough positions.
Brad, how long did it take for the momentum of something that you decided to go with and play, and you needed competitors and someone to play with and against, and how did that sort of all develop?
Well, my first tournament that I ever played in, the first wheelchair tennis tournament, it was in 1977, so it was a year after my accident. So once I started playing, I actually was introduced to a couple other guys who were starting to play, and a couple of them were teaching tennis to the disabled, and we kind of just encouraged each other, and the first tournament was a great success, and I played one of the greatest wheelchair athletes ever in the final, a guy named Dave Kiley, and we're still very good friends today.
Well, I think it's important for people to understand that not only when you were starting the sport, but today, your competitors are your friends. And that we not only have a phenomenal sport, but we have a phenomenal family.
Well, you know, in Barcelona in 1992, in the Paralympics, the amazing thing is that when you'd go to breakfast or lunch at the Olympic Village, you sought out the wheelchair tennis players from internationally, and every other people who were sitting around there having dinner were countries, you know, with their team or whatever they were with. But with wheelchair tennis, it was the tennis players who were actually having meals together. It didn't matter what country you were from. So yes, it is a very close-knit group, and I think it is today too, which is good. I love it.
It really is.
0-2 here in the tie break. Griffioen van Koot now 2-1. 7-point tie break.
Brad, what have you seen in this match so far? As it goes back and forth, we're in a tie break. What are you looking to see happen in this match?
Well, I think the more people who are going to be holding serves at this point in the match, it's tough to hold serve in wheelchair tennis. And the last 4 games, they were all breaks.
Tough pickup.
Boy, Jiske gets it. Wow. Wow. What
That's
tennis.
a great point, huh?
Wow.
I know I'm not supposed to clap in the booth, but that is unbelievable tennis.
You could count every player was the get that Jiske had against the fence, the forehand that Kamiji was able to get from Van Koot. What a point.
Well, Van Koot has such a strong forehand, but Kamiji is so tough mentally.
Yeah.
So it's going to be interesting in this tiebreaker, but I think probably the Dutch have a bit of an advantage, but we'll see.
They've got more offense, that is for sure. but Kamiji and Whiley have more defense, and it's really a cat and mouse game. It's exciting.
So 3-2 on the double.
And as this first set has progressed, we started to see the double faults come out. There's a few extra free points sneaking in as the tension rises. Brad, what was the strength of your game as a player?
You know, I think I was pretty strong mentally. I was, you know, when I played offensively, I was really strong. But, you know, in tight matches, you could tend to get defensively, and I think when I was offensive and I was going for my games, going for strength, shots, I did well.
Another fantastic point.
Jiske's just covering a lot of ground out there. Into the net, boy, another good point. But into the net, Kamiji, 3-3 now in the tiebreak.
Well, and I don't know if the fans can pick this up or not, but we're sitting up here listening to the sound of the wheels, and there's constant movement. All four players are pushing so hard right now, whether they're the ones hitting or not. It doesn't matter. You have to keep the chair moving. All four athletes doing a stupendous job of that.
Yeah, Jiske Griffioen went full speed and stopped her chair on a dime there during that point. 3-all.
Lapthorne.
Couldn't clear the net. 4-3. Brad, the evolution of the chairs. I mean, I would imagine when you first started out, it was a learning process. And when did that sort of, you know, start to develop into more of a, you know, something like this, a tool where you were able to move so well?
Well, in the early '80s, we actually came. The lightweight wheelchairs were starting to be made out of garages and in small manufacturing companies. But in Barcelona in '92, we actually still played in an everyday wheelchair that had a lot of camber. We were just starting in '92, and around that time, just starting to bring 2 chairs to a tennis tournament. But as Dan was saying, the constant movement, that is a big factor of what's going on today, the difference between today and when I played.
Boy, I wouldn't expect anything less.
And this has really just turned into a battle. Long points, constant movement. Saw a beautiful switch between Aniek van Koot and Jiske Griffioen. Just missed the forehand long. We're at 5-4.
5-4. Griffioen and Van Koot with the advantage in the tiebreak. Ooh. 6-4. That one on the line.
And as the tension rises, we start to see that ball go a little bit higher, a little bit safer, a little more tentative. I'm looking for Aniek and Jiske to try and bully their way to that first set right now. Really attack.
Let's see.
Second serve. Guessing that Jiske Griffioen will follow this in.
And the double fall to end the set. Van Koot and Griffioen winning it 7-6. Wow. What a first set we saw here in the women's finals.
It's as we expected. You know, these are the two best teams in the world. We have a very similar matchup that we had earlier today. It wouldn't surprise me if we have another three-setter. You know, so I'm looking for great tennis. Now, Brad, I think it's important people that understand that you are the first wheelchair tennis player to be inducted into the International Tennis Hall of Fame. Congratulations. That's absolutely incredible.
Thank you. Big honor.
It really is. And when you got the word that you would be the first wheelchair tennis player, what did that mean to you?
Well, I mean, I thought back to my whole career, my whole life being in a wheelchair, and it was just to go back down memory lane for all the things that I had accomplished and all the people who helped me get there. I made a zillion phone calls to all these people who were really instrumental and just thanked them and told them I was going to be inducted, and then thanked them for what they meant to me, and it was very humbling. It was a very humbling experience. It's incredible honor. I mean, to go back and to imagine yourself in that situation. When I presented Chantal a couple of years ago when she went in, the first woman wheelchair tennis player to be inducted into the International Tennis Hall of Fame. In the middle of my presentation to her, I turned around and said, "Did you ever imagine in your wildest dreams that we would be here today?" And and it was got a lot of comments from different people about that because it was so personal. But it was so personal for us because we were such good friends, and to have been able to have gone through that together after all those years, it's amazing.
Well, and knowing the story like I do, Gordon, this is the most humble guy I have ever met. Went just from door to door, sport to sport, introducing wheelchair tennis, doing demos, and that's literally how the sport grew. You didn't do it alone. I mean, I know there's a lot of people with you. Most important of which are three of my favorite people. Wendy, Sarah, and Maya, your family. How critical was Wendy in this entire journey of your life?
Yeah, well, Wendy, I mean, for me to have been lucky enough to have her on my side working with me, I mean, she's so smart, and she was such a hard worker, and she was so dedicated, as I was, to just making it all happen. And it was a struggle. I mean, we were against a lot, in those days. I mean, people didn't think that it was possible. People thought we were out of our minds to put that kind of effort into trying to make this thing happen. But I really believed, and so did she, and so did a handful of people who helped us kind of put it all together and make it happen. And people from the USTA, like Eve Kraft, who introduced me to everybody. And people who introduced me to, Charlie Passer introduced me to Eve. She goes, "You got to meet Eve Kraft," and she was wonderful for us to just develop the relationship with the USTA, which was so important, in those early years, and that's why we probably where we're at today.
Well, and to be honest, it's part of the reason I have a job today. So basically, Brad, I owe you my career.
Well, we owe you a lot because you're doing a great job. But thank you.
Thank you very, very much.
Into the second set here. I want to know, Brad, how your game is still these days.
Well, I played a little bit this morning.
Okay.
That's I played with some old ski buddies of mine. We did a little doubles game, and it was fun. No, I'd like to play. My game's horrible, but I still like to play. And the two people I like to play most with are my two daughters. They never played competitively, but they're so fun to hit with, and I just love hitting.
That's great. Always stays with you.
Yep.
And probably in a game you can play for a long, long time.
Well, Brad, I would like to just personally thank you for stopping by and chatting with us. And,
Absolutely.
And also supporting this event. It's in your backyard where wheelchair tennis started. Honorary chairperson of this event, and really just of wheelchair tennis. Thanks for joining us.
Thanks, Dan.
Yeah, thanks Brad.
guys.
And I'm sure just in looking at this real quick, how it's developed into this tournament here, what do you think about the city of Mission Viejo and everything that's been done here for this?
Oh, my hat is off to the city of Mission Viejo, and the, it's amazing to have this wheelchair tennis back in Southern California, and to have the tremendous support from the city. It's why we're here, and hopefully the event will grow. I mean, look at the last 3 years, how this event has just progressed in many ways, and great crowd out for that quad doubles final that was earlier, and I'm sure the crowd will build for this. And tonight, I think we'll have a good crowd tonight, and it'll be some great tennis tonight. So if anybody's watching it, come on out and join us.
Absolutely, yeah.
Tickets are free.
Yeah.
And you know what? This is an amazing facility, so it's just a delight to be here. So thanks, guys.
Thanks, Brad.
Thank
Brad
you
Parks
very much.
Joining us.
Enjoy the rest of the tennis today.
All right.
Whiley and Kamiji up 1-0 here in the second set. Jiske Griffioen serving now.
Thank you.
15 love, Griffioen, Van Koot.
Gordon, as we get into the second set, it's critical for me to say that in that era, the Brad Parks era, I personally, as a 22-year-old kid, was mentored by Brad Parks, Randy Snow, and you're talking about some of the best people that were a part of this sport, and just an honor for us to have him on our broadcast here.
Absolutely, no, a legend, the creator of, Hall of Famer. He turned in something that he didn't want to let an accident get in his way, and he figured out a way to continue his athletic career, and boy, look what it's become. Unbelievable.
It's become great tennis as we're seeing these four athletes move all over the court.
Boy, Griffioen tried that overhand, that forehand, and just wide.
Just wide. There's a term you use called shot tolerance. How many shots can you hit before you go crazy and you need to hit the ball as hard as you can? We're really testing that limit as these points go on forever today.
Kamiji over against the fence on that one. Oh, just a good shot. 30-15. Boy, right between Kamiji and Whiley.
Perfect placement. Perfect placement. A nice push inside the baseline. Great pickup by Whiley.
Wow, there's that shot again. Van Koot just winds up and fires that forehand right between them.
She's really striking the ball well right now, and she's actually really transitioning inside the court well. In the first set for a while there, she made some unforced errors, just waiting for the ball to come to her. She is attacking the ball with the chair, and the results are fantastic.
40-15 now. Trying to tie it up here in the second. Allen catches line.
Great attack. Nice smile from Yui Kamiji. That was way closer to the line than what she wanted. But Aniek van Koot is frustrated. That ball was too short. She gave Yui that opportunity. And these players are so good, they want to control that.
Whiley frustrated as they drop that game. It's 1-1 now in the second. Kamiji will serve.
Very important in this game for Kamiji and Whiley to keep that ball deep. Don't let Van Koot attack them.
No, long. Full fault.
That was almost the exact same serve that she lost the set on in the tiebreaker. You need to accelerate a little bit more at the top to make that ball drop in.
Oh, I've seen Whiley do that a few times. She wants to get that forehand in, but just going a little long.
Now, Koot and Griffioen have done a great job of putting pressure on them, and Whiley is feeling she has to hit bigger than what she's capable of. Great slice.
Shot. Love 40 now.
You can see Griffioen and Van Koot picking up on the fact that Jordanne Whiley's going through a rough patch right now. Happens to every player. Be interesting to watch Kamiji and Whiley on the changeover in that conversation.
15-40. Oh, 15-40 now. Hmm. 30-40 now.
It's going to be a constant message throughout the day. If the chair isn't moving, it's difficult to hit a good ball. And the stop chair is going to lead to unforced errors.
Now deuce. Quick change.
Clearly,
in
I
this
spoke.
game.
Clearly, I spoke too soon. It shouldn't be surprising that today a team would come back. We're back to deuce. Big confidence booster for Kamiji and Whiley.
Another good battle between these two doubles teams.
It is really fun to watch four great players hitting out and moving. And when Yui Kamiji surprises everyone by driving through the ball, she wins points.
Okay, so we set those two machines up. Okay, perfect. Okay. They're plugged in, but they're not exactly like set up. Okay. Yeah. Okay. And also, it'd be great if you could sign.
Deuce, back to deuce now.
Kamiji and Whiley did not like the call on the baseline. They thought the ball was long.
Oh, just
off
off the racket for Van Koot. Advantage, Kamiji and Whiley. Boy, they really want this after coming back. Back to deuce again.
Interesting decision from Whiley, having hit slicing and just knifing backhand slices most of the match. She's brought up the topspin backhand 2 out of 3 times and has made a few unforced errors. Interesting to see how that develops in her choice making.
Oh,
what a
boy.
shot.
Perfect spot. Boy, Kamiji was rolling there. Man, she almost got to that shot.
Oh, these players are so fast. I often give up when I shouldn't. What a reach.
What a grab by Jiske. Whiley, and the perfect placement for the winner. Back to deuce.
Fantastic angle on that volley, too. It's so important for a wheelchair tennis player to put the ball away when they come into the net. Because if they don't, they're too short out there. Wonderful play by Whiley.
Advantage, Kamiji and Whiley now.
Don't know the exact time of this game, but it has been going on a long time. And this really could be a momentum shifter, whoever wins this game.
Oh, boy, had a good spin on that one. Back to deuce. The battle continues. This match was an hour and a half old, just in the second set.
That's just in the third game
Yeah.
of the second set.
Yeah.
We could be here a while. Slight miscommunication between Kamiji and Whiley as to who was going to go after that ball. I think one of the two of them could have got there with a straight shot.
Of course, the first set going to a tie break. Now advantage Van Koot and Griffioen.
And right now, either team would love to have short points. That's a free point early is really going to help as this match progresses.
Boy, back to deuce.
Very interesting for Griffioen. There were 2 miss hits on the forehand side. The first one fortunately went in, and the second one dropped in the net. Probably needs to get that chair moving a little bit to get that force with the strings.
And I've lost track of how many times we've been tied, but it seems like about 10 times we've got to deuce now in this third game of the second set. Kamiji and Whiley now up.
The coach is frustrated with herself for the decision. They were on offense on that point. She tried to pull out a drop shot, probably the wrong time, but they are on offense, and they should be very confident with the way they're playing and where they're owning the position on the court.
game as Kamiji and Whiley hold on. They had the advantage several times and finally able to win that third game, now up 2-1.
And this is going to be very similar to that first set. Each team having opportunities to go up, to gain the momentum, but the other team's too good. And we have that seesaw, we have that roller coaster of up-down tennis. I'm really interested in seeing Griffioen and Van Koot maintain a strategy. When they're moving forward and driving the ball deep, they've been winning points. When they try to mix it up, Kamiji and Whiley start to come back.
When you first get one of these athletes that this is their sport, they decided they're going to make it their sport, what's sort of the training process? What do you work on with these athletes to get them to this point? What's the step by step?
I often make a small joke and I say, you know, I'm going to introduce you to tennis as a standing player, but I'm going to put a snowshoe on your right foot. Go play. It's not easy. And teaching the players to push with a racket in the hand, I don't care how long they've been in the chair, that's difficult. These players, as professional athletes, make pushing with a racket in the hand look super easy. It's plain and simply not. And you have to practice doing it. And that's our first step. After that, we say tennis is tennis. We teach stroke production, angle of approach. It's really no different.
Very interesting, because you're right. I mean, they make it look so easy. I'm thinking, hey, anybody could sit down and do that, right? With a racket in their hand. No, not so much. And they got to be so precise on where these shots are going. Here we go, the fourth game of the second set. Oh boy, what a shot by Jiske Griffioen. Going cross court.
What a great approach, what a great angle. Good tennis from Jiske Griffioen.
You see these players in the clubhouse just kind of really relaxed before these matches. You know, they're hanging out with their friends and watching some tennis on TV and getting some snacks, and really seem very relaxed. There's not a lot of stress, it appears, at least at those moments.
Well, and this is an enjoyable event for the players. The staff has done a great job, and it's doubles. You have a partner going out with you. There's a little different feeling at the singles masters where they're going out gladiator style one-on-one.
Oh, Van Koot, boy.
Just missed.
Spent some time setting that shot up and just out. And how many is it typical where a lot of these doubles players, how many of them are going to play singles? Do they all participate in both? Or does it depend on your skill level?
No, not all. In fact, the singles is one of the most prestigious events in the world. The top 8 men and women and the top 4 quads in the world play. There's only 20 players at that event. And so it's very prestigious. The prize money is fantastic. The ranking points are fantastic. But it is intense. It's one of the most important events of the year.
I can imagine unbelievable tennis at that level. Singles. And Whiley just off the racket, 40-15 now. And Koot back to serve. And 40-30 now. Second serve for Van Koot. You see Whiley straining in that sun with that high shot. Just out.
That is the second forehand this game that has just missed the line.
Back to deuce.
And as this day progresses, that sun is going to become a factor. Somewhere between 3:30 and a 4:30, it is almost impossible to see on the far end of the court.
And they tried to stretch these matches out, delaying the men's start because of that. But the way this match is going, we might see it go into that tough hour of light.
Topspin backhand from Jordanne Whiley.
That big forehand still, Whiley having trouble with that.
She's sending it a good 3-4 feet long almost every time she starts to take the big swing. She might want to rein that in and make sure that there's some spin because she is on offense when she's hitting that.
Very strong upper body. And the game goes to Griffioen Van Koot. Tied at 2 now in the second set. So once again, we've continued to battle back and forth here.
Gordon, this is a theme today. In both of our finals so far, no one can pull away. The competition is too close. As one team gains momentum, the other one seems to steal it back.
And I think in the pool play, a lot of the matches went just 2.
Love 15.
That toss now that Whiley has to battle with that sun. That one long.
What people who don't play don't realize is that it's not just looking into the sun when you hit the ball. When you bring your head back down, you are looking at just a black spot for a split second. You don't know what's happening after you've looked into the sun.
Good point. Yeah. Wow. I hope you're enjoying this, folks. They're putting on a show out here. This is some incredible tennis in the women's final.
The amazing part to me is I look at the two styles and strategies of the teams. Griffioen and Van Koot are the ones that are not making the air. And it's amazing tennis.
And that one down the line. 15-40 now. Wow.
Incredible hands by Yui Kamiji.
Oh, Jiske Griffioen. What a point. The crowd clapping for that one. Kamiji, you're right. Boy, she just went right down and got that ball.
And Gordon, I'm not sure I've ever seen her do that. That was a reflex volley from just inside the baseline. Phenomenal hands.
It's 30-40 now. Boy. Oh, Whiley frustrated with that one. She bangs the ball down, but boy, what a game! But 3-2 now. Griffioen and Van Koot here in the second set.
Well, we keep seeing the transition momentum, almost from game to game, point to point. A couple of bad decisions on that changeover. A drop shot from the baseline from Whiley, down game point. Some free points that are really just being given away. Once that's cleaned up, we're just going to see 20 hit points from both teams. They're playing that well.
Glad you're joining us for the tennis championships here at the Marguerite Tennis Pavilion in Mission Viejo, California. The women's final underway. Griffioen Van Koot of the Netherlands up one set. Won that first one in tie break 7-6. We're in the second. They're up 3-2 in the second against Yui Kamiji of Japan and Jordanne Whiley of Great Britain, as they continue to have a little break here and talk about, boy, I know Whiley and Kamiji frustrated because these points they've been in it. They've been battling along, and they just keep coming up on the short end of the scoring.
Well, and strategically, it's just been very interesting because they're starting to lose patience on their side. Kamiji and Whiley both giving away some points, which isn't stereotypically the way they play. I look for them to focus up a little bit, maybe see a little more defense, change some pace, and force Aniek van Koot and Jiske Griffioen behind the baseline.
And you think this would be the time that they maybe could take advantage? I know we've said this over and over and over again, but it's important to talk about, the sun and the angles, and if they could put those balls up in that sun area, you gotta take advantage. I would think of things like that. Whatever you can get right now.
You have to. There's a fine line between taking yourself out of your own strategy. However, that is clearly an opportunity as we play throughout this afternoon. What a point.
Jiske Griffioen. Oh.
And there's been a consistent theme. When she transitions forward, they're winning points. The offensive ground strokes are setting them up, but Jiske is fantastic at the net, and she really is closing out.
Such a presence, too, when she comes to that net. Gets that winner. And that one long.
There's that forehand again.
40 love, yeah.
There's
the
that
Whiley forehand.
again.
Just still trying to get that dialed in. Just going long. Jiske not happy with that effort there. 40-15 now.
Fantastic transition by Yui Kamiji, noticing that her partner is making a few mistakes, still playing great tennis, but she may look to get a little more offensive to put pressure on Jiske and Aniek.
(40-15). Swing. What a shot again, Van Koot. Boy, she has got that tough forehand that she sends right between them.
Well, they've dialed up a strategy that's working right now. They're transitioning inside the baseline, either with ground strokes or sending Jiske Griffioen up to the net, but they are taking away the time and space of Kamiji and Whiley, and they're going to have to figure something out. They're going to have to change something to make sure that it happens.
Whiley digs it out of the corner. Oh, what a get by Van Koot. Whiley at the net. Can't get the forehand to fall.
It was a good transition by Whiley. It's something they need to do to change their position, but we need to finish that off. That's a shot that as you transition forward, you have to finish.
And that one is out.
15 all.
15 all. 4-2 in the second set, Griffioen and Van Koot. So they had a good position here. In this second set, up 2.
Well, even after that, being up 15 love, that was a good miss. A deep forehand, just long. That's the tennis they want to be playing.
Van Koot, that forehand, tried to get it between them. Wow. And she gets the winner on that one. Whiley hadn't been working too well on that forehand, but that time she got it to drop on that line.
Well, she made a really good decision the first couple balls at that point. She hit excessive, more spin, softer, got the feel of the point, and then was able to close it out with that forehand. That was great tennis from Whiley.
Good. How are you guys doing? Good to see you guys.
30 all.
30 all now. Well, and certainly, Whiley, you mentioned that she had talked about her struggles of play coming in. And she still looks like she's trying to find that part of her game.
She really is a little bit. However, I'm amazed at her tenacity at just sticking with it. It's easy to get frustrated. It's easy to kind of just say, this isn't my tournament, and she has not done that once. She is fighting through every ounce of this tournament. Great defense from Kamiji.
Van Koot keeps trying to get that shot to go again. That one's got so much spin on it. What a get by Jiske. Oh!
She almost got that.
Wow. Overused that word many times in this match, but how else can you describe the play between these two doubles, pairs?
There are 4 chairs moving constantly out there. The level of movement, the level of athleticism that is being displayed out there is just, it's overwhelming.
They're getting to every ball. And deuce is now the score.
It's another shot from Whiley that was a big miss. And maybe a tough decision. Maybe should have stuck with that slice.
So Kamiji and Whiley now with the advantage.
Would like to see one of the two of them transition forward, really force Jiske or Aniek to do something with the ball.
Oh, wow. No one wants to give up in this finals championship. What a spot, Jiske.
Jordan, I didn't say a word during that entire point, yet I'm hopelessly tired after watching it. That is ridiculous how good that tennis is.
We saw it all just in that one point, but unbelievable. Back and forth.
We're still back at deuce.
Advantage Van Koot.
Koot and Griffioen with the advantage now again.
Looking for a chance to go up 5-2 in the second set after having won the first.
Huge point here. There it is.
Big forehand.
5-2, big forehand by Van Koot. That has been working all afternoon for her.
That's been her weapon.
How many winners has she had with that forehand?
Well, and she's really moving forward so well. We're very fortunate right now to be joined by Lauren Haneke-Hops from San Diego, a local player, a player that comes to this very facility each summer to play in an international junior camp. Lauren, welcome.
Thank you. Thanks for having me.
Absolutely. Hey, you do something that in my opinion, is one of the best parts of wheelchair tennis. Tell everybody that's watching what team you played on this year.
I played on my high school tennis team at Patrick Henry High School on the girls varsity team.
Now, that's not just a wheelchair team, is it?
No, it's able-bodied.
Wow, so you're a wheelchair tennis player playing able-bodied tennis.
Yep.
That's absolutely fantastic. And that's actually a rule in both the USTA and the ITF. How'd your team do?
We made it to the CIF finals, and unfortunately we were runner-ups, but it was a big deal that we made it there. And the team as a whole, we're so supportive of each other.
So now, what are you working on? Is this your next step here? Play with these girls. Play against.
I've been competing for about a year and a half, and I'm just hoping to step up my game with the help of my coach and my peers and their support. And I know I can do it, so.
Oh, it sounds like it. Boy, playing CIF tennis on a high school team.
And Gordon, I need her. So really, we want her to do well. I want you on the U.S. team. So this is really important. Watching this tennis out here with the top women in the world, does that inspire you to work harder, to put more time in?
Oh my gosh, yeah. It is so much inspiration. Like it blows me away the level of play that they have and how competitive they are, and how strong they are. And it makes me want to become just as good as they are, because it's so inspiring. I don't know.
Well, we're really excited to see your future career. We're at a big point in the match, 5-2 serving, and we know that there is a clinic. So thank you for joining us, and go play some tennis.
Oh, I will. Thank you.
Thanks, Lauren. Good luck.
Thank you.
See you out here in a year, 2 maybe. Van Koot and Griffioen feeling it right now.
And as I'm watching the other side right now with Kamiji and Whiley, you see a little dejection. You see the shoulders slumping. And this is the right time for Van Koot and Griffioen to jump on this. This is the time for them to close this match out.
Yeah, you can really feel the differences in the sides right now. Van Koot,
15 all.
Griffioen now 15 all. But they have made the shots when they've needed to. Whiley and Kamiji just trying to figure it out, hoping it's not going to be too late here.
Well, so far, the Dutch duo have cleaned up their unforced errors. They've remained offensive without giving away free points, and that's why they're up 5-2 in the second. And as always the case, I jinxed them completely, and we got an unforced error from them.
Perfect timing.
I'm just here to help.
I'm sure they don't appreciate your help either. Not what they're looking for. And Koot serving for the match.
15-40.
Here in up 5-2. Put it down 15-40 now.
Oftentimes for the top players, it's even more difficult to close a match out than it is to be down and come back. There's a lot of pressure in trying to win.
Well, when you got at this level 2 championship teams and you do that, where you give them a game just like that so quickly, it's 5-3 now, and now what you wanted, because now it swings.
Yeah, you're absolutely right, Gordon. They're giving Yui Kamiji and Jordanne Whiley a chance to believe they can come back. So they really need to be playing clean tennis this game. Stay offensive. Don't go away from what you were doing. The worst thing a team can do that's winning is to stop what was working.
So 5-3 in the second. Whiley serving. Whiley and Kamiji down 5-3 and down a set. And that's out.
15
So 15 love now.
It's amazing how fast it turns because you're starting to see the tension on the side of Griffioen and Van Koot.
Yeah, the chance to close out really took hold of the nerves. Trying to get back to those good shots, a couple good backhands by Van Koot.
It's a smart play from Griffioen, getting the ball up into the sun.
Oh, are you kidding? Are you kidding?
About midway into that point, I was going to try and count to see how many went back and forth, and I decided that my college education couldn't count that high.
Used up fingers, toes, on to the next round. Unbelievable rally between these two.
This is why they are the 2 best teams in the world right now. That is phenomenal tennis.
I mean, they were waiting for one another to blink, and they just wouldn't. Whiley played solid. Oh, and that one just into the net.
There's a pattern developing in this match where after one of those marathon points that they've been having so many of, it tends to be a quick error right after, and it's happening more often on the side of Kamiji Whiley.
It's 30-15 now. And Whiley's been getting a bulk of the hits and make a mistake there. It's 30 all. And it looks like that maybe some strategy. They seem to keep going to Whiley.
Oh, Gordon, there's no question. I think as Jordanne Whiley went through a little bit of a rough patch during this match, they focused on that as a target. She's playing much better now, but they're still going to target her no matter what.
Another one. Another fantastic point, 40-30.
I'm so impressed with the decision making by all four of these players. A nice high ground stroke to the only spot on the court that was open. Beautiful tennis by Whiley.
They're down 5-3, trying to make it 5-4. Whiley trying to win her serve. And long, and they win it 5-4, so they've come back from down 5-2, now 5-4 here in the second.
I don't even know what to say. The points have been really long. The momentum shifts have been dramatic. I was sitting watching Yui Kamiji and Jordanne Whiley with their shoulders slumped, heads down, and yet they still come back to win those two games. I have no doubt as I'm watching the two teams on the changeover, they're talking about this is what we need to do right now. For Van Koot and Griffioen, they need to close it up. They need to stop this momentum shift. For Kamiji and Whiley, they're talking about what worked on that changeover that brought us back from 5-2 to 5-4. I'm expecting a very tense first game of this changeover.
Yeah, this has got to be, I mean, hugely important. But yeah, is Van Koot and Griffioen going to feel that extra pressure again, knowing that, hey, the next game we win or it's 5-all.
This is like baseball pitching. You get up 0-2.
Yeah.
You throw one ball, you throw two balls. At 2-2, there's some pressure on the pitcher now to make sure that you finish that strikeout. And that's what Van Koot and Griffioen are feeling right now. They're feeling the pressure to finish since they were up 5-2. First serve's critical for Jiske Griffioen in this game.
Here we go, serving on the Sun side, Jiske Griffioen. Netherlands team trying to win their first title here, their first visit. A little frustration, Jiske Griffioen, and it's love 15.
It's interesting, we haven't seen Jiske Griffioen attack the net in at least 2 or 3 games, something that was very successful for the team earlier in this match.
Oof.
That is a big forehand.
That was a good point. You wonder if they got away from what was working a little earlier.
It's really easy to do when you feel the pressure to win. My hope is for them that they've had the conversation that they need to go back to what was working.
Had a big Van Koot forehand that was so successful.
Short.
Oh, boy, Van Koot had to line that up. Split second late. 15-30 now.
Well, and the pace of the ball is getting a little bit slower. The swing speed is getting a little bit slower. All 4 players are feeling the pressure. This is such a prestigious event. Staying in the match, trying to close it out. We've got high tension here right now.
I'm sweating and I'm just sitting here watching.
pursue.
And that was out.
30 all.
30 all. Griffioen and Van Koot. Another good point and win it there. Again on that tough side with the sun right in their faces. And now 40-30, a point away from the match.
And Jiske Griffioen doing a fantastic job of getting first serves in, trying to serve this out. We have our first championship point.
Yeah, you thought maybe this would happen a lot sooner than it did, but Whiley and Kamiji winning the last two. Wow, game, set, match, called in, and the championship, the hugs, Van Koot and Griffioen, Aniek van Koot and Jiske Griffioen, the champions, 7-6-6-4.
Well, and Gordon, this will not be the last time we see this matchup in women's wheelchair tennis. I can't tell you how many times that ball went back and forth, over 20 times in this match.
Oh.
And not just happened. These are elite professional women wheelchair tennis players that are smacking the ball 20, 30 times. Incredible.
Yeah, no, absolutely. I mean, just like you said, the back and forth, you could see momentum. All of a sudden, Jordanne Whiley and Yui Kamiji, they were up against a wall. They win two straight, and they were that close. They were up in this final game. They were that close to maybe forcing even more tennis to tie it at 5. And Van Koot and, boy, they just were able to, Griffioen were able to pull it out.
One, it would have surprised me if they continued to come back. There was a history in this rivalry of both teams coming back, going 3 sets.
Yep.
We were treated to fantastic tennis.
Oh, absolutely, and for their first visit here to the Mission Viejo event for Griffioen and Van Koot, I mean, what a day for them.
Well, I know that they're both really excited. I had a chance to speak with them earlier today. They were very relaxed, so I'm not surprised they played great tennis. In fact, Jiske was telling me, hey, after this, I'm going straight to Venice Beach. Great tennis, a well-deserved victory, but let's not count out Yui Kamiji and Jordanne Whiley, one of the best doubles teams in the world. Great tennis for the fans, and this is something that's really interesting. The Dutch team's getting ready for Rio, and so their level of training is getting more and more intense. Those two aren't playing together in Rio, and so they're just playing for titles. And it does make a difference, especially as we go into the calendar year with the Rio Paralympics.
Sure, yeah, and absolutely, and just the fact that they were able to knock off the defending champs. This is the third time this championship's been here in Mission Viejo, and for them to show up for the first time and win this, it's very impressive for the team from the Netherlands.
I'm sure they're thrilled, and looking forward to a great trophy ceremony, and to get them to get honored. I've got to run down there and help out with that. So thanks for a great call.
No, absolutely, yeah, thanks. Always good. We got one to go though.
We got the
men's, and if that's anything to what we've seen already.
Listen,
boy.
The first two finals, the quad doubles final with Taylor and Wagner from the United States victorious, was incredible. Three set thriller. The Kamiji, Jordanne Whiley, Aniek van Koot, Jiske Griffioen final with the Dutch team winning, also incredible. 7-6, 6-4. Incredible tennis so far today. We have no doubt that the men's final is going to be big, exciting, fast-paced tennis.
Yeah, that's coming up at 5 o'clock. So we want to thank you for watching all this great action so far. The Quads Championship, the women's final just in the books. Well, the presentation of the trophies and the checks for these great teams coming up. And we'll be back in short amount of time with the men's championship game.
Fantastic. Thanks, everybody.
All right.
If your changing can't include me, it was a matter of time and fear. 'Cause I hear most regularly, like the turn of the year, that young men getting older grow sincere and much too dry. I'll understand if I can't hold you, I won't shed the tears I'll cry. But would you steal from a dying man love from an outstretched hand if it upsets no prior plan reprieve me? Yeah, oh, don't let your goodbye stand, and don't let your goodbye stand, and don't let your goodbye stand.
Folks, we have an award ceremony for the ladies here in the next few minutes. In the meantime, we can feel the fun day outside.
The better of me at your game, that's your rules. I'll concede to labels gladly as your worn affection cools. But don't put me out to pasture, then you're lying nice to me. And true, it just won't last, your borrowed time assuages need. Tell me about your brand new loom and your shopping trips to town, but don't let conversations leave no room to turn your head around. Then you steal from a dying man love from an outstretched hand, upsets no prior plan. Goodbye stand, and don't let your goodbye stand. Lose a few more hours with me, the ones I'll gain with you. But your waning footsteps sadly indicate your changing view. As you steal from a dying man love from an outstretched hand, if it upsets no prior plan to grieve me. And don't let your goodbye stand, and don't let your goodbye stand, and don't let your goodbye stand.
gentlemen, the prize ceremony is coming up. Please check your pockets, your purse, or any other bag you may have. I right now have a set of GM keys. If I get to keep this, I will be driving away later tonight. Please claim your keys. Ladies and gentlemen, we will now commence the prize-giving ceremony for the UNIQLO Wheelchair Tennis Doubles Women's Final. Please welcome on court the officials. And now, please welcome on court the Ball Kids. And finally, please welcome on court some special guests who will be helping us with the player awards and gifts. Here with us today we have Mr. Meets Manoa from UNIQLO, title sponsor of the event. Mr. Jason Harnett and Brian Gruner, co-tournament directors of the 2015 UNIQLO Wheelchair Doubles Masters. Mr. Stephen Hood from ESP, international sponsor of the event. And the one, the only, Brad Parks, founder of Wheelchair Tennis and former Paralympic medalist. Also a member of the International Tennis Hall of Fame. And now for the players. Please make some noise for our runners-up, Jordanne Whiley and Yui Kamiji. And last, but certainly not least, please give a big round of applause for our 2015 UNIQLO Wheelchair Tennis Doubles Masters champions, Jiske Griffioen and Aniek van Koot. Jason and Brian will also like to present some flowers to the players. Now on to our winning doubles team. Brad Parks will present Griffioen and Van Koot with the UNIQLO Wheelchair Tennis Doubles Masters Perpetual Trophy. Mr. Meets Manoa, please kindly present our players with their prize money check. The players will also receive individual trophies which they can keep to remember the special day. Stephen Hood, will you please do the honors? Jason and Brian would also like to present some flowers to the players. Ladies and gentlemen, one last round of applause for our 2015 finalists and our reigning champions, Aniek van Koot and Jiske Griffioen. If the players will stay there, we're going to have a sponsor picture.